Good morning. Hello. Right, let me just send out some notifications, guys and girls, and I will be with you. With you. There we go. We're live. Welcome. It's fixing time. It'll be fixing time. I'm here as agreed through the website chat. Welcome. Kevin, Clement, Finks, Sebastian, ACH, Normskate, Joseph, Marcus, Carl, Amir. Welcome. Hello everyone. And I've lost it already. Of course I have. Michael Enzima. Hello from Iraq. Welcome. Charles, Paul, Old School, Rexy, Fee, Steve, Tech for You, Kato Star, Greg, sinus infection. That sucks, mate. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Sorry to hear that. Evening, you turnip. Ha! Welcome, mate. Ian, funny things for you. Watch this later, it's a bit busy. No worries, dude. No worries. Have a good one, mate. Rosé, Derek. House is good, thanks, mate. Rodrigo, welcome from Chile. Welcome. Loyal. Gaz. Nige. Dr. Oliver. Was it Dr. Oliver? Yeah, Dr. Oliver. Yeah. Stevie, Leo. Love the new look of the workshop. Thanks, mate.
Just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you, dude. Really appreciate that. Mucho gracias. Ryan, Andrew, you sexy mofo. Dylan, Martin, Dennis, David. How's your eye? It's not bad, mate. It's absolutely fine now. Early tonight. Did you piss the bed? Ha! No, I've just finished doing a video, so I thought I'd jump straight on. Bearded guy, welcome. Ready for fixing? Good stuff. Evgeny, welcome. Matt, picture is definitely sharper on here than YouTube. Yeah, it does seem to be better on Twitch. Remember for 21 months, nice. Very nice. Hola, Senor Goda. Woot, finally got in early enough to see the start of the stream. Welcome, mate. E-Repair, welcome, buddy. I always thought your name was Steve. Show your face, damn it. You don't want to see my face. Sorry, mate. My screen's over here, as you can see. And my camera's there. I should really put a face cam there, shouldn't I? You know, just behind this desk here or something. I might do that. I might get another mount or something. I'm good, thanks, Gabby. The family's good, mate. Thanks. Hopefully you and yours are good. John, Abidad, safe. Enzima, what's the jumper man look sick? This is a jumper from Wayne from Get Refurbed. Wayne's World of Repairs, you lot know him as. He sent me a hoodie. Replaced the power supply myself, but while putting things back, I damaged the ribbon cable to blue light. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, you can buy them. I'm trying to get some in stock, but it wouldn't stop it turning on. Bill Nye, the fake lag guy tuning in. Welcome. Hello. Ugly cam indeed. I've seen your face, you make me look ugly. Ha ha ha. Evening, Ginger. No, not Ginger. Ethan, welcome, mate. Why can't I scroll on here? I don't know. How's the store doing? Yeah, it's doing good, mate. Not doing bad. Getting there. Getting some more stock in. Brother gave me an Xbox One. I think the trouble is his son reset it. Now it doesn't scan for Wi-Fi. Any ideas? It could be that the Wi-Fi, if it's an Xbox One originally, it could be that the Wi-Fi antenna's come loose, so it could be that the Wi-Fi module needs replacing. Did you buy a new microscope? I've bought a new microscope, but unfortunately, I'm waiting for a part to come. So I'm waiting for an attachment for the microscope, and unfortunately, That means that while you guys can see through the camera, I can't see through the optics. So, yeah. I'm waiting for something to come. First month also. Nice. Nice. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Any Xbox One power bricks? I haven't, mate, to be honest. I haven't got any. Sorry, buddy. Ready to fix all. Nice. Love the new console fix advert. What? Wait. What console fix advert? This video probably still would have been here without today's sponsor. But hey, it's time to show something, right? So here goes. Here at the Coder Productions, we love nothing more than to take as much money from you, the viewer, as we possibly can. Which is why we're proud to talk to you about consolefix.shop. A great place for you to spend your hard-earned cash. I mean, yeah, fair enough. You get parts and supplies that help you fix things, but you've got to give me some money in return. Nothing in life's free, and if you pay me for it, you might appreciate it more. Or not. Hey, I'm not judging. With that being said, we do have some pretty cool stuff on the shelves, including power supplies, HDMI ports, charging chips, MOSFETs, and whatever else you can think of that'll give you the illusion that you're getting a good deal. So head on over to the online store by clicking on the link in the video description, and if there's one thing I can guarantee, is that there will be a way for me to take your money. Console Fix, your friendly money grabbing YouTuber. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Come on. You can't say that's not awesome. Oh dear. Yeah, so welcome everyone. What's the best soldering station to get? It depends on your budget, mate. What's your budget? I haven't got any PlayStations for sale at the minute, mate. I have got some. I mean, I've got loads, but I've got to go through them. I've got a big pile of consoles to go through there. That's all my own stuff. But at the minute, I haven't got any ready to go. I actually have started selling on eBay this weekend, Kev, because I've got quite a bit of stock. By that, best ad on YouTube. Cheers, dude. Budget is around 150. Well, you need a soldering iron. Go for a TS100 or a KSGER. KSGER T12. Do you have an email address? Yeah, hello@consolefix.co.uk. Right, let's get to fixing some stuff, shall we? I can't review this camera until my new attachment comes, by the way, but you'll see it tonight. Let's get to fixing. Right, can you tell I've been working on a Series S? No worries, Amir. Which next gen console do you think has a better tech inside? They're both about the same, I'll be honest. They're both about the same. The only difference is the fact that Sony overclocked theirs to hell just so they can one up Microsoft. But they're about the same. They run on pretty much the same tech. But the Xboxes seem to be more reliable at the minute. The only problem is if the SSD fails on the Xbox, you can't replace them. So, even in my fellow ginger friend. Ha! Gotta go for a bit. No worries, dude. No worries. Favourite tool, SSD cloner. Oh, they're awesome, mate. I just used it to read an SSD for a Series S. I just did a video on a Series S. And I'm about to do another one. So, this is part of a lot. This is an Xbox Series S. It's a board only, but it's part of a lot that I bought on eBay. So I bought two off eBay for £71, and they come with the SSDs. So you got a 500 gig SSD and the board itself for £30 something. So £71 or 30 something pound, I don't know. But £71 for the two of them I paid. That was including postage and all of that good stuff. Okay, that's a bit weird. Crystal Disk Info's just decided to beep at me. Here's my SSD getting warm. Yeah, it's getting a little bit warm at 45 degrees Celsius. But yeah, I paid like 70 something pounds. I've just worked on one. I'm not going to spoil this all because I filmed that as a video. But this one I thought I'd live stream because it's a bit of fun. So I'm going to start off with this and then I'll get to some customer jobs afterwards. But yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. Not a clue. So I've got to put a heatsink on it, power supply, stuff like that, and just test it and see what's happening with it. So I'm going to just take this thermal paster off. But one thing I have noticed is the fact that we've got some trace repair on the HDMI, so it could be something to do with that. But the listing said that they're unfixable. So yeah, not to slag anyone off, but I hate it when people say something's unfixable. Unless you've got a cracked APU or, you know, you've got a nice big dirty hole in the board, then it's technically, you can't really say that it's unfixable, because just because it's unfixable to you, it doesn't mean it's going to be unfixable to someone else. Which is why I never say categorically that something's unfixable. Or I try not to, anyway. So, yeah. I'm going to put my headphones on so I'll get notifications come through. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a little bit of thermal pasta on here. And then I'm going to put a test power supply, a known good power supply. I'm going to put a heatsink on, etc, etc, etc. And we're going to see if we can figure out what's wrong with this one, because I don't have a clue at the minute. So let's just do this. This X clamp is wamboozled now. It needs replacing. Well, it's actually not. I'll just keep bending it back into shape. There we go. See? Easy as that. Right, so let's figure out what's actually going on with this then. That X-clamp's just popped again. Flaxer, thank you. Do you season your thermal pasta? Some sauce maybe? Oh yeah, I'll season it with conformal coating. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Oh God, that didn't work, did it?
Flax, your super chatted $2.41. Do you season your thermal pasta? Some sauce maybe?
How's it going, Scoot? Welcome everyone, by the way. If I didn't see your name, it doesn't take long for chat to fill up and make it difficult to keep up, so I don't intentionally ignore people. Let me just get that out there. So if I don't see your message, if you've got something to say and I don't see your message, if I'm under the scope I won't see it anyway, but if I don't see your message then just type it again. I need a better X clamp than this because this one's wamboozled. Alright, let's try this one. Right, there we go. That's better. Alright. So, let's just pop in a fan. And I'll take my headphones off for a minute so I can hear what sounds this makes. Let's see if the fan spins up when I attempt to pair it on. So let's just drain any residual current. Okay, so it does make a beep, so that much I do know. Does it spin up? No, it doesn't. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to know. Okay, that sounds like it's turning on to me. Is the fan going to spin up? No. It's not turning on. So I haven't got a test button to hand, so I can't see the light, but Yeah, that's not turning on. Spooky.
Spooky tipped $25. Better be a good shed for 2K.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, mate. That's very kind, mate. Thank you. Hopefully so, mate. 2K is actually not the target. It's much higher. But I'll just put 2K on the target for YouTube. It's going to cost more like 4. Yeah. So, yeah, all of these parts that I've put on here are good. But, yeah, that's not powering up. The first thing I'm going to do is what I always do with Series S's and Series X's when we've got a beep on, beep off, which is exactly what this is. So I'm going to test the SSD in the computer, make sure that it's good, and then I'll take it from there. Hopefully the SSD is fine, because that's pretty much all my profit. It's had a replacement USB port as well as a HDMI port. So I'll pop that into my reader. And then, if I could take my USB-C. Damn it, I just realised that I had no connection. Well, that sucks. Sorry guys, a little bit of a dropout there. Not sure what happened, but I lost a bit of connection. So... yeah, for anyone on the stream, it's a beep on, beep off. I don't know when I lost connection. But for anyone on the stream, it's a beep on, beep off. And I'm just testing the SSD to see what's happening. Didn't realise that had dropped out on me. As you connected USB, you cut out. Really? Okay, that's a little bit strange. Well, I've just got a WhatsApp message, but I'm going to have to reply to that in the morning. Can't really reply to messages while I'm streaming, unfortunately. Right, I'm just waiting for crystal disk info. So bear with it a minute. I'll put you on my desktop just so you can see. So that should be on the desktop now. Yeah, it is. So I'm waiting for crystal disk info to load up so I can test the SSD. Let me come build your shed. I'm not giving my address out to anyone, mate. I would love for people to be able to help me, but I can't. Yeah, my temperature's going up a little bit on the SSD. Okay, that SSD is reading fine. So as you can see, USB, USB NVMe, 174 power ons, 2500. That's really not seeing a lot of use at all, and it's absolutely fine. So let's check the partitions. Yeah, we've got the partitions. So that's not the cause of the beep on, beep off. Let's just hope that this doesn't disconnect again. But if it does, I will be back. Partition my ass. Ha! Love that. I think I know why it's dropping out. I've got the Ethernet cable connected into a dock. And I need to sort that out. But yeah, that's not the reason why it's a beep on beep off, so let's plug that back in. Actually no, let's leave that out for a bit. No, let's plug it in because I want to try and get some test rails. So let's plug it in. I want to see if I can get some voltage rails. See if I can pick something up. I'll build it at your PO box. I love that. Right, so I'm going to take the heatsink off actually and just use the bench power supply to power it temporarily just so I can get some voltage rails. Right. So I'm going to give the board a little bit of a visual, see if I can see anything out of the ordinary first, before I go any further. And then I'll test some voltage rails and see what I can find. In, out, in, out. Ha! Sam's trying to spoil the fun by saying it's RIP CPU. Let's have a look over by the VRMs first. Let's just look around there. Replace the HDMI redrive and replace the MOSFETs with brand new ones. It powered on and then back to beep on beep off. Yeah, they're usually a rabbit hole, mate, to be honest, which is why I'm hoping I can see something around here. Actually, what do I know about this? I mean, the best thing you can do, mate, really is check for your voltage rails first. It could be pretty much anything, though, unfortunately. For 5 seconds now, fan spin. Who's that? You know me? I don't know what the beep on beep off is on this one. Right, so what do we know? We know that it's had some prior repair attempts on the HDMI. We know it's had some prior repair attempts on USB. So this has potentially been dropped in the past. We've got some trace damage here, look. What someone's attempted to fix. Don't seem to have done a bad job with that. So it could be that the NB7N chip's bad. But it could be drop damage as well. Love the fact that they used the 8R903 MOSFETs on this. Absolutely love that. So I'm just looking around, just see what I can see first of all. See if I can find anything that looks corroded or blown, you know. A picture can paint 1,000 words. Screwbars. Cole, thank you, dude.
Super chatted $6.04 towards the new workshop might get you a few screws.
Thank you, mate. Cheers for the fiver, buddy. Appreciate that. Do you have any tips for my first time of taking my PlayStation 4 down enough to replace the thermal paste? Just mark your screws. Take some pictures of everything while you're doing it. And just take your time, honestly. That's about it, mate. Right, why has this front USB been changed? I'm not seeing much else. I mean, other than the fact that most of the ports look like they've been replaced. Did this get dropped? Let's have a look on the overhead at the ports and stuff. So it looks like it's been dropped. It's definitely had replacement, a replacement HDMI and a replacement USB. I'm not seeing any bridging on the USB. Okay, I think we need to check some voltage rails here then and just see what kind of voltage rails we've got, what are missing, what are meant to be there, what are not meant to be there, etc. So yeah, I think that's the best thing to do.
Blackwood Vapor just subscribed on Twitch.
Blackwood, thank you, mate. I missed General Pathy's subscription as well. Thank you, and Loopy Gabu as well. Thank you. Sorry for missing them. Chris, how's it going, mate? Right. Okay. So let's get a test. A little bit of a test rig setup here. So what I want to do, I want to hang on a minute. Un moment, senor. Let's get this yellow bench supply cable. Let's plug that into my multimeter so I can clamp that to ground. Just like that.
Dennis_Meter just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, I do watch Big Clive, mate. And Electro Boom, yeah. Looks bent. It's probably the camera. No, all of that's fine. Right, so I've got a permanent ground for my multimeter. So now I can just use this. So that's good. Let's just get sorted here so I can work with it properly. So now I want to give it 12 volts so I can replicate a power supply. Actually, I could do with permanently grounding this one as well. There we go, and
Scoot_30 just resubscribed for 19 months. 19 months I must be mad lol 20.
Cheers, Scoot. Thank you. Right, so now I need a thin probe to supply power to the board. So I can just leave that hanging like that. Yeah, this is a little bit of a jerry rig, but you do what you got to do. I'm going to set my bench supply to 12 volts. We're given an initial current draw of about 500 milliamps, and then it goes off. It is power cycling. Sorry, there's actually an amp of current being drawn. Yeah, right. So I haven't got my multimeter set up on the screen, so you're going to have to take my word. So let's have a look at some test points, shall we? So 1P8 standby. Okay. Right, why is that set to low? Yeah, 1.8 standby we've got. That's fine. So I don't know where I don't know where all the test points are on this.
Pushel_4711 just resubscribed for 9 months. Insane lol.
Cheers, Push. Appreciate that. 1.1 standby. We are, or appear to be, missing the 1.1 volt standby rail. Yeah, so we've got 1.8, but we're missing the 1.1 volt standby rail. So we're going to have to figure out where that's generated. But are we missing any other rails while we're there? So let's just hunt around. We're gonna have 12 volt for definite, yeah. TP15. I think that's 3.3 volt when you power it on, I think. But we're definitely missing the 1.1 standby. 3.3 standby. We are also missing by the looks of it. Okay, it's actually being pulled down. We've got 2.4 volts. So I think we've got a bit of an issue with the 3.3 volt standby rail. So that's only generating... Oh, hang on, no. No, that's giving me 3.3. Never mind. Let's check this 1.1 volt again. No, we're definitely missing that 1.1 volt standby rail. So let's load up the schematic and we'll find out where that comes from. So bear with me a second. I'll leave it uncapped at 5 amps for the bench supply, mate. I'll leave it uncapped at 5 amps. He sets it to infinite. It's a Series S, mate. It's a Series S. Right, let me just load up the Stockton schematic. There it is. So bear with me a sec, and...
Dubs 4 days super chatted $2.13.
Thank you, Dubs. Appreciate that, mate. Dubs for days. Thank you, buddy. Right, okay, so... got the schematic up. You can download this off Discord. We've got it on Discord under the Xbox files section. So the Series S is codenamed Stockton. So what we can do is we can go for VREGs 1P1 standby and 1P8 standby. So page 61 we need. So we go to 61. So it looks like we've got 5 volts coming in to 2 ICs. So it splits off to 2 ICs. Goes through a bunch of caps, bunch of resistors, blah de blah. And you've got 1.1 volt standby out. So it could be that we're not getting 5 volts in. Which wouldn't make a lot of sense to me considering we're getting the 1.8 volt. So unless we've got something blown here, like, you know, one of these resistors has gone or something like that, then it wouldn't make much of a much sense to me to not have 5 volt coming in. But we can check that. I can find U445. It looks like, I'm not the best at reading schematics, but it looks like we've got power good, which is 1P8 standby. So once 1.8 volt standby is enabled, that comes out, it goes into pin 1 of U445. And then you've got output. So it could be this VREG just this side of the inductor. It could be something this side, like one of these caps or something like that. So it could be anything on this circuit really. But am I seeing any fuses on here first of all? No, I am not. I'm not seeing any fuses. You've got FT424, but I don't think that's a fuse. A MOSFET, a cap, and a resistance walk into a bar. Who will be the first one to get smashed on this console? Ha! Hey, Peppergreen gifted a sub. Thank you. Now doing live Twitch and YouTube. Hack the world. Thank you for the super chat, mate. I appreciate you. Yeah, so it could be anything here. Let's find U445 on the board. Ever worked on any industrial electronics devices, PLCs, drives, power supplies? I haven't, mate, no. Thank you for the $5 though, I appreciate that, buddy.
Captain Cuck super chatted $5. Hey mate, how's it going? Ever worked on any industrial electronic devices? EA. PLCs, drives, power supplies?
Thank you for that super chat, mate. I really appreciate that. Right, let's have a look. Let's find... I've got to try and get this in focus for you guys now. Because I'll need it a little bit higher than this, to be honest with you. Bear with me a second. Let me just get this a bit higher. I need to be able to see more. Let's see how much I can get that to focus. That's not going into focus. Yeah, just bear with me a sec. I'm waiting for an attachment to come for this so as I can actually get it going properly. Right, that's a bit better. I can see a little bit more now. That's what she said. No, this is a new scope cam, but I'm waiting for an attachment to come so as I can actually see what's going on. Right, it looks like we've had some... See, I didn't see this before, but it looks like we've had some liquid around here. No, it's not. That's just dust. Never mind. Alright, I thought it was liquid. There's probably flux on the board from whoever worked on this before. Yeah, never mind. That's fine. Right, so I need to find U445. U445. U17, a bit like E17 but without the singing. U12, U48, U445, is that it? I think it is. So yeah, it could be anything on this line here. So let me just pop some power back into it, and we'll see what's going on with it. Okay, so I've actually got 1.1 standby now. What the hell? Okay, that's a little bit strange. I've got 1.1 standby now. It does still shut off though, but it's not that what's causing it. Yeah, why was I missing 1.1 before and now I've got it? That is very odd. I've just tested that that 1P1 standby again, and I am getting it. So it's just here, and I'm getting 1.1 now. Very, very, very weird. Okay, so I'm going to go through the schematic again. Let's go back to page 1. Let's check for... Let's find test points. Where's test points? I know it's around here somewhere. Where's my test points? Page 71. Okay, so here's my test points. As you can see, It tells me the TP name or the test point name. And then what voltage rating I'm supposed to have on there. So let's go down them one by one. I don't think I've got the file for a board layout. No, sadly not. No file for the board layout for this board. So we'll just have to find them manually, unfortunately. Which is fine, but hey ho. It is what it is. Right, so let me just load this up. So as a side by side. So we want TP17 is supposed to have 12 volt and TP11 is supposed to have 5 volt. I've already tested TP17. So now I've just got to find TP11, so bear with me. And I'll find it. TP11's up here. Just there. So do we get 5 volts here? Yes, we do. V3 FTDI is TP402. I'm going to find that. So that's going to be a 3.3 volt rail. So this is going to go in and out of focus while I'm finding test points and stuff, because I'm looking with my eyes, not with the microscope. Tip 333. Thank you.
Island Boy tipped $3.33. Poisson, aubergine, avodaco, Poisson, aubergine, avodaco, Poisson, aubergine, avodaco, Poisson, aubergine, avodaco.
I've got to stop that, I'm sorry. Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it, but I've got to stop that. Communication test. Well, that's getting annoying. Patrick, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mike. Oh wow, that's getting annoying. Wait, are you really going to repeat that, TTS? Fuck you, no, I'm muting it. No, I'm not listening to that for the next 5 minutes. Just restart the TTS plugin. I don't know how, to be honest. But thank you guys, I appreciate it. Patrick, thank you mate. Appreciate that, buddy. I've got that muted, but thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Right, I'll put my sound back on for a bit now. Oh dear. Right, what am I looking for here? Because I've just lost my train of thought now. I'm looking for TP402 for 3.3 volt FTDI. So TP402. Yeah, this could be awkward to find. Could be on the other side of the board, actually, anyway. I think it might be. Yeah, it's going to be impossible to find that. I think it's one of the smaller test points, so I'm not going to be able to find that, unfortunately. Let's find TP7 V1 V1 yeah, V1P8 standby. We know we've got that. VSOC 1P8 TP16. Let's find that. I think we need to power the board up to do that though. TP16. I've got some of them TP400s are underneath the shield anyway, so I wouldn't be able to test them. Any other way your followers can make payment in appropriation? Yeah, there's a link that pops up every so often. It leads you to a tips page, mate, and I'll get all of that directly. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Right, let's check. Where's this TP16? I'm trying to find it. That's what she said. Come on, TP16. There it is. It's up here in the corner. Right on the edge of the board. A little bit out of focus. I think I need to power this on to get this to work. Okay, we get 1.8 volt on that when I power it on. That's fine. TP6 we've tested. I am getting 1.1 volt standby now. I'm not sure why I didn't get it before, but let's just confirm and make sure. Yeah, 1.1 volts I'm getting. SOCPHY, again I need to, that's TP2 and I need to power it on to do that, to get that. So SOCPHY, let's power it on. I do get some voltage on there. I think that's meant to be 0.8 volts. 0.8 volts, and I do get a little bit, but then it drops again instantly because, yeah. Shipped to US, got 10 PS5 power supplies needing rebuilt. Yes, I do, mate. Yeah. I think over $100. I think is free shipping to the US. I think. I don't know. Did the new camera come? Yes, but unfortunately I can't see. If you saw how high my microscope's actually going to be,
still would have been
shit,
without today's sponsor.
Damn it!
Hey,
sorry, hang on, didn't mean to play that.
So
turn that off. Yeah, like how high my microscope's got to be. I'm waiting for an attachment to raise the microscope up. To raise the camera up, and then I'll be able to lower the microscope back down, and then I'll be able to focus everything at the same time. But obviously, you know, I can't work like this. And even if I could, I can't get my eyepieces in focus at that height, so yeah. Thanks, Spanner. What did barn owls do before barns were invented? Love that. Yeah, but I'm waiting for, let me just load up eBay a second and I'll show you. Blindsided by an ad. Sorry, dude. Didn't mean to play that. It just played when I first started the scene. Right, let me just. Purchase history. So it's coming through. Who's it coming through now? I don't know. Yodel. That's it. It's coming through Yodel. It's supposed to be here today and it wasn't because Yodel are a bunch of lazy pricks. I hate that company. Why does the sound keep changing? I don't know, mate. I'm not sure. But yeah. So I'm waiting for this to come. Which is like, it's just a spacer, a bit of large spacer, which will allow me to bring the camera up. I'm waiting for this to turn up. It's on the way, but yeah. Don't the USBs link into the standby voltage and always have power? I believe so, yeah. I do believe so. Right, well, I was getting some power on TP2. VBAT, do I get anything on VBAT? That's just above it. Right. What is the sound? What sound? U18 missing. Where's U18, mate? Hang on, let me just... I don't know where U18 is. Sound on stream goes echoey than normal. I'm not sure what you mean. It shouldn't do. And any brand new controller sells to the store, mate. I don't really want to get into controllers, to be honest. There is a hiss. Yeah, there's a hiss because if I add filters, it messes with the rest of it. Above SLCPHY, it messes with the audio if I add filters. U18. Oh no, it's a no stuff, mate. It's not meant to have anything there. Audio seems fine on Twitch. Yeah. Right, V-Fuse. I think that turns on when I turn the system on. Yeah, we do get something on V-Fuse. Don't know what we're meant to get on there. But it's turning off too quick. I'm getting 0.7 volts and then it's shutting off. Next on the list is going to be... Oh, VBAT. Where's VBAT? It's up here. So VBAT TP3. .8 volts on VBAT. That's normal. SB1P1. So Safe Bridge 1.1. Actually, did I test 3.3 volt standby? We've got 3.3 volts anyway. We've also got 5 volts as well on both sides of the inductor. TPA V1P SB1P1, so that's Safe Bridge 1.1 volts. So that generates when you turn the system on. Anything that says SB before the voltage rail turns on when the Safe Bridge turns on. Hang on, did that turn on? That is not turning on. Yeah, that is not turning on. Oh, hang on, I've lost connection. I've lost contact with the master race again. SB1P1. It is turning on. Yeah, I lost connection on the crocodile clip. Never mind. TP. So we want SB1P8, which is TP5. Let's find that. That's just below, just there. Oh, hang on, no. Hang on. SB1P1 is TP8. I've just got to double check these because I think I've messed up. Right. Oh, that's 1P8 standby. Hang on. Sorry, I'm getting confused here now. TP5 is SB1P8. Yeah, we get 1.8 volts on the south bridge. TP5... No, they've got this mixed up. TP8 is supposed to be SB1P1. Have they really got their own schematic mixed up? No, they haven't. It's just me being a fucking idiot. It's just me being an idiot. It's up here. I'm just losing track because I'm reading chat at the same time. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Right, we've got 1.8. We've got 1.1. TP12 is ground, 3.3 standby, and TP18 is ground. TP9 is GFX core, 19 is CPU core, 400 is DRAM 1P8. Let's check for TP400 because I know where that is. DRAM 1P8. .8 volts. MemPHY, where are you? I've seen you somewhere before. MemPHY. I got SOCPHY. It's TP14. Right, just got to find that. It's TP13. I know you're around here somewhere. Where the fuck is it? MemPHY. Is it on the back of the board? No, there's no real test points on the back of the board, not the main ones anyway. I'm not seeing MemPHY. Unless it's underneath the shield, it probably is. Knowing my luck, it's under the shield. Right, I'm going to have to take that off, I think. Bear with me a second. I'm going to get that shield off. So I've got a feeling that we've got a couple of test points under there. I have seen it before. I do remember seeing it before, but...
Bedweir 2112 just subscribed on Twitch.
Bed, thank you. Is that Bedweir? Or Bedweir? Thank you. Appreciate that. Right, it's going to take me a while to get this stupid thing off. I've got GFX core and all of that stuff. I just don't know where MemPHY is. Hate these shields though. I absolutely hate these shields. Unfortunately, I need to take it off. I'm on about the one that covers the RAM, by the way. I know you guys can't. In fact, I'll just switch them up overhead for a minute. The annoying thing is trying to get them off without damaging things like tweezers and stuff. But that's the annoying thing. There you go. Yeet, mother flipper. Let's take that off there. That's not actually needed. Right. Unfortunately, memphy is still not there. Typical. Absolutely typical. Yeah, not seeing it at all. I am not seeing memphy. I've got mem.io. What TP is it? It's TP14. It's got to be around here somewhere. I think it's probably one of the smaller ones, which is annoying. Yeah, I'm not going to find it. Oh well. Jamal, how's it going, mate? I don't want to mess it up. We all make mistakes. Google it, Phil. He'll just give me links to the schematics. I'm self-taught, mate. Everything's self-taught. YouTube is your best friend, mate, to be honest. Right, let's just skip TP14, forget that. TP4, mem.io, let's go for that one. Just give it some juice. And then yeah, I'm going to lose TP4 now, ain't I? I saw TP4 just for mem.io. V mem.io. So here's V mem.io. But there's no test point there. Yeah, there's no test points for memory. I can't see them. I can't see them. Forget them. Don't care. Yeah, alright, whatever. GFX core, do we get anything on that? So here's my APU. Actually turning on. Yeah, we get 0.8 volts. And TP19. Actually, let's check SOC. 0.8 volts. TP16. 1.8 volts. SOC PHY. 0.8 volts. Yeah, everything I've tested, I'm getting. So I've got a feeling this is probably something to do with either the RAM's not turning on or it's something to do with what someone's done on the HDMI. No, that RAM's turning on. I just saw a heat spot. Yeah, RAM's turning on. You can see it lighting up. It's not lighting up massively. But that RAM, oh hang on, that RAM there, that one, don't appear to be lighting up as much as the rest of them. Well, it don't appear to be lighting up at all, actually, that one don't. Stop trying to calibrate, you stupid fuck. Oi! Stupid thing. Yeah, that one RAM chip's not turning on. Look at it. You can see the rest of them turning on. Let's load up. No, it is. It is turning on. Okay. It's just not getting as hot as the other ones as quick. Yeah. Everything else is turning on there. Nothing else appears wrong. So let's have a look into this HDMI circuit, because that looks like one of the last jobs that was done on this. Problem is, without having history, it's hard to say. So they've butchered pin 1. So I've got a jumper wire on pin 1. So let's check pin 1 for a short to ground. Make sure they haven't shorted one of the data lines to ground, because that could theoretically cause it. We've got a fair bit of repair work on here. Hey, Steve B, thank you, mate.
100 Steve Ebb tipped $10. Thanks for all your great videos.
Thank you, pal. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for all your hard work that you're putting in lately as well. Right, that's coming up overload. Okay, that's a little bit strange how that's coming up overload on these data pins. Let's check in diode mode. So I'm going to need to swap my leads around. I'm going to try and get some diode readings here.
Serek Zinski just subscribed on Twitch.
Serek, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to need to swap my leads around. Bear with me. One moment. Right, so red probe's on ground now, so I'm going to get some diode readings of these pins. So this is going to tell me if we've got a good encoder or not. So pin 19 and pin 18 are good. 17 is ground, so we're going to ignore that. 16 is good. 15 is good. 14 is good. Damn it. Where am I? 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13 is good. 12 is good. 11 is ground, so we're going to ignore that. Okay, pin number 10 appears short to ground. Let's just get a little bit closer. Right, so these are data lines for the, well, the differential pairs for the HDMI IC. Right, 12 is good. Okay, 10 is good. That's a bit weird. I was getting a short there. 9 is good. 7 is good. The ones I'm skipping are ground. Good. Good. God damn it. Good. And okay, yeah, they are actually all showing up as good. So I don't think it's anything to do with the HDMI port or the encoder. It's conformal coating, yeah. That coating is offensive, I agree. Yeah, so I honestly don't know on this, to be quite honest. It could be a communication issue with between the SSD and the board. It could be a mismatched SSD. Yeah, it could be that it's going mismatched SSD. Maybe the SSD in it was dead and they've swapped, whoever's worked on it has swapped it. I don't know. I know that there's another person over on Discord, Find It Fix It Philippine. He buys a few of these off the same seller, and he said he's had a few mismatched SSDs. I guess the only way to really find out is to see if this stays on with no SSD plugged in, which I probably should have done before. So let's do that. Nope. So we're getting no fan spin, which means that's not booting up. So it's not the SSD. I'm getting all of my test rails. I'm getting absolutely everything else. Everything else appears to be powering on. Don't know what else it could be. Other than a very obscure component somewhere, which I'm going to be really struggling to find. So I think it's probably GG with this. Yeah, I think it's probably GG with this. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure it out. It's probably going to be one bad component somewhere, you know, bad resistor, bad fuse, a bad IC somewhere, but it's a rabbit hole at this point. If you're getting all your test points, better off just calling it a quits and turning it into a donor board. I know the SSD is good. I'll get £60 for that. That will go up on the store. So if anyone needs a 500GB SSD, that's had barely any usage for either a Series S or for something else. I got one for sale. Check under that coating. I've just checked in diode mode, mate. Everything is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that job. Whoever did that's actually done a pretty good job. How's it going, Fortnite champion? What is GG? Good game. Game over, basically. Yeah, so if anyone wants one of these for a Steam Deck or anything like that, I'll have one for sale on the website. Yeah, the rest of this will go up for parts. So I'll take off the South Bridge, I'll take off the MOSFETs, I'll take off these MOSFETs, I'll take off the RAM, sell all of that. Encoder, U21, the ESDIC, they're hard to come by. But yeah, game over on this one. I don't think I'm going to figure this out, which sucks, but it is what it is. Never mind. Oh well. Try to fix a broken PS4. Maybe. Can you go over why fan mods on a gaming console can be a bad idea? I don't really know much about mods, mate, to be honest, but I wouldn't modify a fan. They're designed for a specific curve. They're designed for a specific thermal output or thermal cooling output. I wouldn't mess with fans. You win some, you lose some. You know what, mate? I paid £30-something for this. So yeah, if you are watching this back as a video, this has to make a video because I've already done a video on part 1. So yeah, if you're watching this back as a video, game over. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm not saying it's not fixable, but I'm just saying I don't know what's wrong with it. So, like I said, I have to make a video on this because I've already done a video on the first one I bought. Not going to spoil that result because, yeah, I haven't even edited it yet. So, Not going to spoil what happened in that one or what was wrong with it or anything like that. But yeah, you win some, you lose some. I'm not going to lose money on this. I sold one of these ESD ICs for £40 this morning. So 100% I know I can get £40 for these ESD ICs. You cannot buy them. And they are the common failure point. I know I can get £40 for the HDMI encoder. I can get £50 for the Safe Bridge, £40 or £50. I've never sold one, so I don't know. I can get, you know, like £40 for the MOSFETs. There's a lot of money on these boards, and there's a lot of consoles that can be fixed with these. So let's say, for example, £40 for the Safe Bridge, £40 for the ESD IC, £40 for the encoder. That's £120. Another £40 for these 5 MOSFETs are around about £8 each. That's £160. £60 for the SSD, £220, and that's without stripping all of the rest of the small parts off these. So yeah, there is no way possible that I am going to lose any money on this. Thank you, Team Speak. I appreciate that. So if you are watching this back as a video, obviously I'm live streaming this right now, so don't forget to check me out over on Twitch as well. And don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the channel. What console is that? It's a PS4. It's PS4. It's a PS4 Series S. No, it's an Xbox Series S, mate. But yeah, there is no way I'm going to lose money on this because, I mean, the SSD alone is going to pay for this and some profit. So yeah, you can't lose when you're paying that kind of money for them. Right, I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee, and yeah, I'll be back. This video probably still would have been here without today's sponsor, but hey, it's time to show something, right? So here goes. Here at the Coded Productions, we love nothing more than to take as much money from you, the viewer, as we possibly can, which is why we're proud to talk to you about consolefix.shop, a great place for you to spend your hard-earned cash. I mean, yeah, fair enough. You get parts and supplies that help you fix things, but you've got to give me some money in return. Nothing in life's free, and if you pay me for it, you might appreciate it more. Or not, hey, I'm not judging. With that being said, we do have some pretty cool stuff on the shelves, including power supplies, HDMI ports, charging chips, MOSFETs, and whatever else you can think of that'll give you the illusion that you're getting a good deal. So head on over to the online store by clicking on the link in the video description, and if there's one thing I can guarantee, is that there will be a way for me to take your money. Console Fix, your friendly money grabbing YouTuber. Hello. I'm back. Right. Got a console to work on. Bear with me. One moment. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to unpackage this. If I missed any notifications, can someone let me know? Sort the link for the store. It should be... What do you mean sort the link for the store, mate? The store's working, mate. Oh, you mean the... Oh, right, I haven't set anything up on Twitch, mate. I'll get to it, but... To be honest, I don't actually know how. Right, so I need to unpackage this. If you can remind me tomorrow, mate, I'll do it tomorrow. I can't do it right now. Right, so that will go as a donor board, by the way. That's going to go into my stock. It's been tested and working. For permanently banned, rip. Did you go to college or higher education? No, I just learnt myself, mate. It's just self-taught by gaining experience. Let me put my mic on and I'll talk about it while I'm unpacking this. Apologies for the rustling. Yeah, so I started... I'm going to do a video on this actually because it's actually a really, really common question. But I started by... Basically, I had no money, right? I had a soldering iron because I used to mess about and just... I bought one just to solder, like, you know, basic stuff like wires and stuff, and never intended on doing repairs and things like that. But I already had a soldering iron and a hot air station. It was one of them all-in-one stations, Yiwa 853D. I had a car crash in 2016, and when the compensation came through in 2018, I basically decided to treat myself to like a microscope and a multimeter and all of that sort of stuff, because I was watching people like Louis Rossman and my mate Vince, and I was like, oh, I want to do that. So I was watching those guys. I had the compensation for the car crash because I got quite severe injuries, but I couldn't do any real manual work because of the injuries. I suffered 3 slip discs in my neck, which can never be fixed. I'm permanently on painkillers for that. I have to take these things pretty much when I need them. I've been taking them since 2018. That's cocaine, by the way. So it's codeine and paracetamol. 30/500, so I have to take them. I wake up with a headache every single day. Go to sleep with a headache every single day. That is my life. So 2018, got the compensation, decided to treat myself, and basically started watching more repair content, started learning, and then I was like, you know what, I need some money. I got no money left. The compensation went, I paid off my debts. I had £13,000, I was £4,000 or £5,000 in debt, paid off all my debts, bought a car, you know, treated the kids a little bit, and the money was gone. So yeah, I was like, I need a job. Can't really do manual labour, what can I do? So I started buying faulty controllers on eBay and on Facebook for like £5 or £10 each. It was before before all of this mad supply and demand because of COVID and all of that. But wow, they've really packaged this up, haven't they? But I started basically fixing controllers, and I was offering to fix controllers for people for £15 to fix any fault. I had bags and bags and bags full of spares, so I could literally just do a board swap and then fix them in my own time. So I'd swap the boards for people, do a board swap, get their controller working in their housing, and then fix the boards in my own time. If I couldn't figure them out, I went to donor boards, and I was making half decent money. Got a little bit of a reputation for fixing controllers, and then a guy contacted me. He said, I want you to come and work in my shop. So I said, okay. So I started working in his shop, sacked the guy that was there within the first day because he was wrecking everything. It was a guy who'd come over from Poland, and he'd been in the country for most of his life, but he was basically ruining people's stuff. So the owner of the shop said, right, sack him, you take over the store. So I took over the store. In the end, we ended up shutting that shop down and merging with the one with the other shop, because he couldn't manage his, well, he couldn't manage two businesses. So started working for him, and then COVID hit, and I started going into specialising in just consoles because I realised there was a demand for it during COVID. Kids being at home, everyone bored, everyone wanted a console. So there's always something better than tablets. No, there isn't. I don't agree with what you are referring to. I hate it. I hate drugs. I hate taking tablets, but I have no choice. I'm certainly not going to be smoking cannabis. I despise it. Each to their own. People can do what they want, but not for me. Man, this really is packaged well. So yeah, I started realising there was a demand for it, and then when COVID hit, I decided to just go at it alone, working from my shed, and that's when I started uploading videos to YouTube at the same time. Mainly just weekends. Nice. Nice, mate. That's all it started off for me. I started off in my shed and quickly built a reputation. Luckily, I got the attention of people like Vince and Tronics Fixing, people like that, pretty quickly and pretty early on. So I got a lot of attention from YouTube fairly quickly. I mean, the channel didn't grow much, but you know, first year I gained 5,000, 6,000 subs, but that was still good. So it didn't grow much, and I wasn't making anything off YouTube at the time. Not really. I was making like, what, £100 a month, something like that. But I was getting repairs from it. I was getting jobs coming in. And then obviously when I started doing business-to-business deals for Console Repair London, I started being able to push out daily content, and that's when YouTube really took off. Try a chiropractor. I've tried physio. I've never tried a chiropractor, but I can crack my own neck. and it doesn't help. Like if I don't know if you'll hear this, but I don't know if that comes through. But yeah, I can crack my own neck. I don't think a chiropractor is going to help. Was YouTube a good way to get word out about your business? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, I don't think a chiropractor is going to help me. I've got 3 slip discs, and that's been verified with scans. I also ended up with a broken nose. I had to have an operation for that. They cut part of the inside of my nose away because I couldn't breathe. Took them 2 years just to diagnose that, which was absolutely ridiculous. But sounds like my trousers. Yeah, I can crack my neck. I can pretty much crack all the bones in my body. How many people do you know that can crack his ear? Because I can. Listen,
this video probably still would have been here.
Stop playing that ad.
But hey,
every time I press the button.
Something.
Sorry guys. Don't know if this will come across on camera. How many people do you know that can crack their ear? I can crack a fart. Yeah, and me. I can crack pretty much everything, but yeah. Same with my back. I can crack my back. I can Yeah. Let's see if I can do a back crack. Don't play the ad. There you go, he didn't play. Good. See if I can do it. Oh yeah, that feels good. That is better than sex, I'm telling you. Cracking your back. Let's do it again. This side. Oh yeah. That's better than sex, I'm telling you. Trust me. You crack your back. Better than sex. It is cartilage, yeah. Sarah needs to up a game. Oh dear. Talking of painkillers, I am going to take them because I haven't taken any for like 6 or 7 hours. I am starting to get a headache back. How many of us are now yeah, how many of you have actually just tried to crack your ear? Is that red button in case the feds come for the hard drives? Oh yeah. No, that red button. Don't play the ad. Good. That red button will turn off that, and the BGA machine. But the BGA machine's got an extra switch which I'll leave off. So watch. Safety for Cody, my son, because he's autistic and he likes to mess. So that's safety for Cody, just in case. Oh, he turns off the bench power supply as well. This bench power supply here. So whenever I leave the room, everything gets shut off. I'll just literally, as I walk out, I'll just smack that button and turns it off. Cody hasn't figured out how to turn it on. As soon as he figures out how to turn it on, I'll put a padlock on it. My ear is now burning. But yeah, that's safety for Cody. What's your CPU tower plugged into? That is, at the minute, it's plugged into just a normal house electrics, but I have got a UPS which I need to get set up. I just need to get some of this stuff out of here. TeamSpeak, no I didn't, I've seen your subscription, but thank you mate. Yeah, put a key code relay on it. I could do, yeah. Love that button. Yeah, it's definitely needed for Cody. Yeah, as soon as he figures it out, I'll put a padlock on it. I have got to get my UPS set up, but I've got a bunch of boxes. So there's just down. Don't play the ad. Thank you. Yeah, just down here. I mean, there's a bunch of consoles. That's supposed to be my shipping desk. Behind them boards and stuff is my printer. But I've still got a bunch of boxes under there to sort out. The rest of the floor is tidy, by the way. I've just got shipping stuff there, and there's a bunch of boxes I need to organise. Yes, that is an Xbox fridge, and yes, that will be a repair video soon. I've only had them for about 8 months, but never mind. But yeah, I've got a few boxes I need to get sorted out before I can put my UPS and stuff in. Yeah, the PS5, I mean, it's nearly 3 years old, to be fair. Never press the red button. Ha! Oh, there's loads of retro consoles there. Loads. They're all videos, guys. They're all coming up in videos. More consoles than Woolworths. Ha! Not one of them 360s. I've got 8 there. 7 or 8 there. Not one of them's got red ring. Not one of them. They've all got different issues, but not red ring. I've done hundreds of PS5s, mate. Hundreds. I don't know. Go on the channel. Find out how many PS5 videos I've got and multiply it by 10. And that's probably the true number. Get them Mega Drives on the channel. I will be. My favourite console to work on, probably the Xbox Series S. They are pretty fun. I've got 2 working boards here for the Series S now. And 2 working boards just sat there doing nothing. I'm going to sell them. I'll have the red ring tomorrow after my curry. Ha! Yeah, that's not even all of the consoles I've got, guys, by the way. I've got probably another 20. I'm going to be honest, I've probably got another 20. Any value in my old PS2 won't power up? Yeah, someone will buy it, but they're not worth much, the PS2s. I've got a PS2 in the box. And a PS3. My boxed PS3 is modded. How much for what, mate? Travis is assembling the PS5s. Actually, talking of Travis. Oh, hang on. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Talking of Travis, I haven't spoken to him for a while. Right, okay. Let's get to a repair because we're doing too much fucking around. So this is a customer job. This is coming... I think it came in about a week ago. Maybe a little bit longer, but there is a bit of a wait. I think this is booked in as glitching display. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's booked in as a glitching display. Sounds like the disk drive's got a bit of an issue. Let me just put myself wireless on this freaking thing, on this mic. Hang on. Un moment, senor. Gracias. Looks clean for a PS5. It does a little bit, doesn't it? I don't know where the fascias are on it though. But I think this has been sent in as a glitching display. Would you sell a Mega Drive? When them fixed, yeah, none of them work. I don't know what's wrong with them. I bought 6 as a job lot, and I've got a few more lying around. I'm trying to get hold of the one with Alex the Kid built in. Do you fix faulty HDMI ports? If so, how much? On the Xbox One, on the old Xbox Ones and PlayStation 4s, I charge 50, and on new generation consoles, I charge 60. So Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, and PS5, I charge £60, and on all of the older consoles, I charge 50. The reason for the price difference is nothing to do with cost or anything like that, like cost of parts or anything. It's purely down to the fact that it takes longer to get into them, into the newer ones. I've got a bit of a bad ground here somewhere, because every time I connect that HDMI up, it shuts off. Right. Loved Alex the Kid. Oh, that was my childhood, mate. Master System 2, just been modifying one. Yeah, I think it is a Master System 2, yeah. How do I get my PS5 to you? How long would it take to get it back to me? So, what you would have to do is you would have to book it in on the store. So, if you type, book it in on the system. So, if you type in, you're on YouTube, so type in !repair. Chris has just done that, thanks Chris. So, follow that link that's about to pop up on YouTube. And if you book in the console, it'll give you instructions on where to send the console to. That is a forwarded address. I do have to collect them manually, but I'll go there 2 to 3 times a week to collect. And then for HDMI ports, I generally get them done the same or next day because they're not difficult jobs to do. And then I'd invoice you, get payment, and then once I've received payment, I'd send it back. Right, okay, so I think this is sent in for glitching display. I'm just switching screens. There we go. So that is connecting up. So let me just grab a controller. Look at that. I'm actually prepared for once I know where my controller is. I actually know where everything is in here because I've put it in specific locations. So most of the stuff now, I do know where they are. Let me just sync up a controller. Okay. Display's just gone off. Okay, that's a bit strange. The display has just gone off. Is that a HDMI issue? Right, that is a little bit odd. it's actually gone black screen, not completely off. Yeah, so it just completely shuts off the display. The question is, no, I think it's crashed. Right, okay, that could be an encoder issue. If it's an encoder issue, it's still going to be pretty expensive because they're still fairly expensive to buy. Let's turn it back on a second. Let's see what happens. You're going to boot up? So this is a 4K monitor, by the way. Right, it's just reset on me, so all my screens have just gone off. That's just gone into safe mode. So it's displaying while it's in safe mode. Don't go to sleep screen. Don't do that to me. Okay, it's booting up. This controller should theoretically be synced. Yes, it is. Right, that is in 4K. I can tell by the size of the text. Nope, not going to update the controller. Okay, so we've got HDR. Ooh. Yeah, can you guys see that? Yeah, so I can see that straight away. That is definitely data corruption. Let's load it in 1080p. Yeah, you can definitely see that. Now it looks like the fucking Matrix. That definitely looks like some sort of video corruption. Video output, screen, no, video output, resolution. Let's go 1080p, let's have a look at that. Ooh, okay. Now that looks to me like a damaged HDMI port. When it's on 1080p, that looks like a damaged HDMI port because we've got this, you know, the spotty effect. Yeah, ooh. Ooh. Just make 100% sure that that's not my cable. Let's just make sure that's not my cable. But that looks to me like some sort of data corruption or signal issue on the differential pairs. I can't see chat at the minute, by the way, because my other screen's gone. Yeah, that's not my cable. Okay, I think that's probably the HDMI port, to be honest with you. If it's not the HDMI port, it's going to be the HDMI encoder, I think. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything to do with the rest of the system. Alright. Okay, right, we'll get it apart and see what we can do with it. Shut that down. Let's get rid of this cable. I will get this set back up to the capture card eventually, guys. But yeah, that looks like some sort of a HDMI port issue, to be honest. Or at least a HDMI signal issue. Damn it, I've lost all my freaking windows now, that sucks. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I would really appreciate that. Oh, no worries, Jack. You're all good, mate. I appreciate it anyway. The cause of and solution to all those problems. Try another cable. It's not the cable, mate. I've been using it today. And I did wiggle it and it did flick off. So, yeah, I think I'm going to replace the port in this first and foremost and see how that changes things. because I think it probably is going to be a port issue, to be honest with you. In my opinion, I think it's just going to be as simple as a port. Hopefully it is a port, because that's going to be the cheapest option. You know, if it's a port, it's 60 quid. If it's an encoder, it's 120. Because the ports are cheapest chips to buy. The encoders are, number one, more work, and number two, they're like 40 quid to buy from China. So yeah, China prices, they're like £40. Not cheap. You know that phrase, cheap as chips? Yeah, don't exist. Don't exist. So yeah, this will get a new HDMI port, and then I'll try it again. Hopefully we can figure it out. I mean, consoles get knocked, they get banged. I mean, obviously I don't know the history of this one, but yeah. I mean, personally, I've never broken a console HDMI port. The very first Series X I bought, I kept, and it's been going strong ever since. That's a little lasagna. Ha! Actually, I went shopping yesterday because my sister's just given me a chest freezer because she wants to. She's got an outhouse and she wants to empty it out so she can build shelving and stuff. So she's like, "Right, you're after a chest freezer." So that's a deep freeze for anyone in America, by the way. She said, "You're after a chest freezer, so you can take this for a few months while I'm sorting it out." I was like, "Yeah, all right then. That'll give me time to buy one." So I don't want to buy one brand new. I'm a cheapskate. So I borrowed her chest freezer. And I went shopping yesterday. It cost me £200 freaking because I wanted to fill it. But I did fill it with a load of reduced stuff. Signed for a new house yesterday. Been helping your sister move today. It's a freaking nightmare. Oh mate, thank you for the dono, mate. I appreciate that, buddy, and I really do genuinely wish you the best of luck, mate. You're good people, mate. You're good people.
You're doing okay. Signed for new house yesterday. Being helping my sister move today. It's a freaking nightmare and tiring.
Shitty Nidec fan. Thanks again, Ellis, mate. I appreciate it, buddy. Right. Right then. Right, so if anyone's got an Amazon Prime account, I may as well shill it. If anyone's got an Amazon Prime account and you've got a Twitch account, or you're able to create a Twitch account, you can support me for free by linking an Amazon Prime account to Twitch and then becoming a Prime subscriber on the channel. It helps me out. Gives me free money. Doesn't cost you anything if you've got Amazon Prime. Just takes 2 minutes of your life. Right, okay, this is a EDM020 board, so it's a fairly new one. Alright, well, there you go then. We have GoPuff delivery here in Leeds. They do from 9 AM in the morning. Bargain bags, £5 each, like chicken breast, pasties, veg, fruit. My freezer's full. Nice, dude. We used to have... oh, honestly, Beardy Guy, don't worry, mate. Thank you anyway. Appreciate it. Yeah, we used to have... there was a meat company who used to do, like, you know, the meat vans on the Sunday markets and stuff. Well, they do that. It's called Midland Meats. And during lockdown, all through lockdown, they was doing giveaways every week. And honestly, between me, my next door neighbours, and my sisters, we was all winning a bag of meat, like a bag of like steak or pork chops or something, every single week. Every week, honestly. We didn't pay for meat. It must have been at least 6 or 8 months that we didn't pay for meat. Hi from South Africa, thank you. Ex-technician, PS3 and 360 era. Love watching your videos, lots of nostalgia. Thank you, mate. Thank you, I appreciate the dono, mate.
Africa, I am an ex-technician, PS3 and 360 era. Love watching your videos, lots of nostalgia. Hope you can
2 years past its
tea
date.
with this.
Oh, we're frozen turkey. Yeah, mate. Stuff them warnings, stuff them sell-by dates. If it's frozen, it's fine. Forget them sell-by dates. That's why I buy a lot of reduced stuff. Like if you looked in my freezer, 90% of the food in my freezer. I know I'm on a fairly decent income and whatnot, but I'm sorry, but reduced food. If I see it, I'm buying it. If I see reduced food, I'm buying it. Honestly, I just love a bargain. I'm going to be honest. I just love a bargain. Like, I bought some Chinese chicken curries a couple of weeks ago for like, I don't know, something like 60 pence or something. And honestly, I sat there and I had a Chinese chicken curry every single night for a week. Seriously. Chinese chicken curry every night for a week. I walked into Asda, and I walked up to the reduced. First place I always go is the reduced aisle. And I went to grab some stuff, and the woman there, she turned around, she goes, "You buying these?" Yeah, she goes, "Gives me it, and I'll reduce them again for you." I'm fucking sweet. I'll take that. You carry on, you reduce it. She goes, "Pick what you want. How are you supposed to do it? Well, pick what you want, and I'll reduce it for you. Like, I'll reduce it again." I'm like, okay, I'll do that. Ended up spending like 40 quid on reduced meals. Because why not? Got to be done. I got a trout in the freezer, which I bought reduced. I'm going to be going fishing and catching some of my own trout in a couple of months though. Actually, I might do it soon actually, because it's getting around about the right weather for it. There's a certain spot I go to. I'm not going to tell people because it's nice and hidden and no one bothers me. No one bothers me. I know it's mean, but I don't want no one to know about it. It's in half a mile of woods somewhere, and yeah, it's just really peaceful. So I just sit there for the day, catch a few trout, bring 5 or 6 of them home, put them in the freezer. Beautiful. Beautiful. I used to do a lot of fishing. Freshwater fish. So I've got this little hidden spot. It's I'm not going to say where, but it's just off the River Severn, and it's hidden in about half a mile of woods. And there's a trout farm nearby, and the trout jump over into the river and get washed down through a brook. You know what? Fuck it. It's in Bewdley. It's called Dowell Brook. It's hidden in like half a mile of woods, and yeah, the trout jump over from the trout farm into the river. They get washed down into the brook, and they end up living in the brook. And yeah, I used to fish there every Sunday with my dad, but I still go there myself, even now. I go there myself and I'll go and catch some trout, bring it home. I only catch trout when they're over like 4 or 5 years old though. Don't catch, well, actually no, maybe 3 years old. I don't bring babies back. And if I don't catch any, it's a peaceful day out. It gets me out of the house. Beautiful little spot, absolutely gorgeous. The same as Bridge. It's called Dowell Brook. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I tell people where it is, I guess. It's called Dowell Brook. It's like, it's just off the River Severn in Bewdley. Beautiful little spot, honestly. Absolutely gorgeous. Stunning scenery. And no one bothers you because no one comes down there. There's like half a mile of woods either side of it.
It's actually privately owned, but it's unmaintained. It was up for sale a few years ago. If I'd have had the money, I'd have bought it. It was only 20 grand. If I had the money, I'd have bought it. It would have been an absolute bargain. Won't be peaceful now. Ha! Yeah, nah, to be fair, I mean, there's a few people that know about it, but honestly, it's been like a little bit of a secret spot for a good 20 years. I mean, I've been going there for, no, longer than that. I've been going there since I was about 5, so at least 25, 30 years. I'm 34 now. And no one really knows about it because it's hidden. And even the people that do know about it don't want to walk through it because you've got to walk half a mile with fishing gear. And it ain't easy. It's not exactly nice, neat terrain. It's, you know, you're walking over falling down trees. You know, you got to climb over logs, and like there's just so much stuff in the way that stop you from getting there. But if you know the route, like you can't walk, you have to leave before dark, because if you walk back after dark, you're not going to find your way. Like, you got no chance. You're not going to find your way after dark, because there's nothing around. There's no lighting. There's nothing. Like, even if you had a torch, you wouldn't find your way. There's just no way. There's just too many woods and stuff around there for you to be able to find your way.
River Ribble.
Oh, I'd love to live just off a river. I would. I really would. I'd be fishing every day. I used to go fishing every day with my dad. I only need a fly rod. I don't use fly fishing gear, mate. I just use float and maggot. While I'm there, I use float and maggot. Occasionally a little bit of sweet corn. But honestly, I travel really, really light. I take my fishing box, I take a rod, and some maggots, and that's it. And the trout there love it. Thank you, Ken. Right, let's see how bad the liquid metal is on this one, shall we? This has never been opened to this point. It's been opened to clean out, but it's never been opened to the point where the board's been took off. I hate these fucking things. Thank you for the 5, Ken. I really appreciate that, buddy. Fishing for the food, not the win. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go there more for the piece, but if I catch a few trout, I don't catch and release. Not trout. Like, no way I'm catching and releasing trout. They're just too tasty. And I'm sorry, but they sell them in the supermarket and the fishmongers. So if I can save myself a bit of money, you know, I'll bring back 4 or 5, maybe 6 trout if I catch enough. Because you don't catch many. There's not a massive stock of them in there. You know, there's not thousands. Yeah, a little bit of a dry spot, not bad. Yeah, there's not thousands of them, but you know, it's only a small brook. It's really tiny. You know, you could. It's a stone's throw away from start to finish. Well, the part where I fish is kind of like a little. It's kind of like a little pool, but there's a brook that either side of it. It's fast flowing as well. Never fish at the Bolton Street, get yourself a burger instead. Oh dear. Alright, let's get some work done, because I'm chatting waffle. Right, okay. I've got cables in my way. Okie doke. So lighting is going to be a little bit poor on this because I'm hanging over the edge of the desk at the minute, but I'm going to set my hot air to 480 degrees Celsius at 40% airflow, at 60% airflow. And I'm going to heat up from the bottom. I'm sure you've all seen me doing this before. So I've got my hot air underneath here, as you can see. Ow. The freaking foam just fell off and burnt my hand. Lovely. Give it a little wiggle test every so often.
Hype you reach your goal.
I just missed a tip. I just missed a tip. I'll check that in a minute. I haven't got my headphones on, that's the problem. Right, so port's off. Port is off and gone. Let me just check this tip because I did just miss that. Where's my activity? I can't see my activity. So now I don't know who that was off. Let me go into Stream Elements and find it. I need to thank him.
Peregrine Walter Sploy super chatted $2.41. Super chat for no more fingers burns tonight. Lol.
Yeah, let's hope so. Cheers, Peregrine. I'm just logging into Stream Elements so I can get my history up. Tips. Come on. Ellis, thank you, mate, for the 690. Nice. Cheers, dude. Hi from... Oh, I read that one, never mind. Right, I need to go and let the cats in. Bear with me a second, guys. The cats are meowing. They've worked out that if they meow at my window, they can get in because I'll hear them. They've worked out that I'm always in my office, that's the problem. Smart little fox. I said fox, not fox. Monetize, mate. Come on, Milo. Come on, Luna. Good kitties. Say hello to the people? No? You'd rather eat your treats, yeah? I know, I'll get you both in. Come on. Come and get some dreamies. Ow! Don't trip me up, punks. Right. Let's get the kitties in here, shall we? To say hi. Alright, calm down. Where have you gone? Hey, kitties. Hey, kitties. Want some dreamies? There you go. That's the bubble wrap off this job, by the way. Hey, kitty. Milo and Luna. Milo's the one on the left, Luna's the one on the right. Luna's the mom to Milo. Anyway, back to work. Back to work. Right. You want your new home intact. Love them with a splash on the face. Yeah, he's quite cute, Milo is. They're coming back for more, look. Ha! Well, you can't look because I've got the microscope camera on. There you go, Luna. Good girl. Milo's eating his droid food. Yeah, Luna tends to stay in the house more at this new house for some reason. Don't
don't know, maybe she was uncomfortable at the old house. She tends to stay in a bit more now, and we got a tree in the back garden, a Christmas tree. It's huge, and she sits under there and waits for me to let her in, which is quite nice. I guess in the summer that will probably change, and she'll be out playing and stuff and exploring. But you're a cool cat, Dad. Cheers. Right, okay, give me some solder. Let's just tin the ground legs and the pins. Come on. Cheers, Wheaty.
Ross_Downs just subscribed on Twitch.
Ross, thank you.
W33 Thai super chatted $2.41.
Why isn't this taking
Hi,
solder?
Luma and Milo.
I can't even see my screen.
One sec. Let me put this chat window back where it's meant to be.
Now I can see it all. Hey, take some solder. Luna's still sitting there munching dreamies. Luna would eat the entire box of them in one sitting. It's so awkward for me. You're going to have to bear with me, guys, by the way, because I'm not used to looking at a screen to solder. I really need my optics back. I can't really work properly with a screen. Plus I'm looking at it off to the side, so it's like, it's really, really awkward. But the only way I can get you guys to see is to do it this way. I can't be in focus at the same time as you at the minute, unfortunately. So let's try not to knock off this smoothing cap. Yeah, I'm really not used to it, can you tell? Tip looks brown. Yeah, it's not the best tip. It's not the best condition at the minute. I need to sort it out, but it's all good. Right, let me grab a new port. Bear with me. I know a store you can buy these from. These HDMI ports. Consolefix.shop sell them.
Retronymous_aided my stream.
Retronymous, raiding with 8 viewers. Thank you. Welcome to Retronymous' viewers. My name is Lakota. I fix stuff, or try at least. So welcome. Good to have you all here. Don't forget to follow. Otherwise I'll cry. Right, so for anyone that's just coming in, I'm replacing a HDMI port at the minute on a PS5. And you guys can't see, lovely. Of course you can't, because I'm a noob. Pro streamer right here. Don't make old Phil cry. Yeah, if anyone on Twitch is wondering who I'm responding to YouTube chat. Right, so I'm using the heat and drop method for this. It's by far the cleanest and most effective method you can get. Because you shouldn't need to do anything to it once you've dropped it on. It should be nice and solid. heading to Twitch for the rest of the stream just so I can use the appropriate emoticons. Love it. Love it.
Harpen became a member.
We've got some channel renewals coming in on YouTube. I'm not sure how many, but I'm going to give it a minute because otherwise it disturbs the view. So bear with it a minute, let these run through. Good, thanks Retro Anonymous. I'll check out your raid did follow, yeah. I'll check out your channel later on, mate. Hey, Wheaty.
Super chatted $2.41.
Cheers, Wheaty. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that, buddy. Used to have a Persian cat. Oh, I'd love a Persian cat. I used to have one. It was on Pokemon Gold, I think. Oh dear. Right, okay. Let's just give this a... Ow. Gotta get cleaned up and head home. I'll drop back by. No worries, mate. I'll be here for a while yet. Right, so I'm just going to test these pins, make sure they're all good. Realistically, I shouldn't have to do anything to this. No, there's a couple loose there, so I'm going to run over with the iron. I saw it slightly move, so as soon as I see one move, just run over all of them. It's a complete waste of time sitting there testing the rest. If I know I've got to at least do one, I may as well run over every single pin, and then I know they're all going to be good. So you're going to have to bear with me with this because, like I said, I've got no field of view apart from what's on the screen, and I'm not used to it because while I'm waiting for this new part to come for the microscope camera, unfortunately I have no microscope while I'm showing the cameras on stream, because while you're in focus I'm not, which sucks, but at least I can get it in view, right? I've got a feeling I'm going to knock this cap off. Or it might slightly melt the back of the port, but it's all good as long as it solders. Right, let's just clean that up and I'll have a look at it. So I use a bit of IPA. This isn't going to be great because, like I said, I'm not used to this view. I'm not used to looking at it through a screen, and I do struggle looking at it through a screen. I'm not a digital microscope person. I'm an optical person. So I'm just really not used to it at all. We're on cap flies away. Watch, got you back. Cheers, mate. Any tips for testing MOSFETs, especially those above F7501? Where's F7501? I mean, to be fair, with most MOSFETs, all you need to really do, I'll show you in a minute, but all you really need to do is test for shorts to ground in diode mode. Use diode mode because it's more accurate. Yeah, so that singed the port a little bit, but you know, that's completely normal. It happens. I just missed a channel member. My apologies. Let me just check who that was. That was Ellis. Welcome to True Love. Thank you, mate. Sorry for missing. Yeah, I'll show you in a minute how to test them, but bear with me. Solid. 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 Can't go any higher than that, sorry. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of singeing on the back of the port, but that's no problem. These are V3 ports that I use and sell. They are much higher quality than the originals, and definitely much higher quality than the V2s. So these are the brand new ports. I've got loads of these in stock. These are the latest revision, and they are much improved. I suspected the chip below the HDMI port. Well, I'm hoping not. I'm changing them. I'm doing the cheapest option at the minute. The problem is, without sitting there and testing 80 pins, you can't really know for sure whether the HDMI encoder is bad. And it's an 80 pin QFN chip, so it's a little bit difficult to test it. Well, it's not difficult, it's tedious, and you've got to have all of the known good values and stuff and compare them all against each other. Yeah, that was social engineering. That was Ellis. That's why I don't click on any links from emails. I mean, no offense to Linus, he does good stuff, but you would think that anyone dealing with emails from sponsors and stuff would have a sandboxed computer that's not connected to the rest of the network, because that's how I would do it. And again, I was discussing this on Discord yesterday. The hackers, they're fucking stupid. Because if that was me, I'd have just logged in, I would have changed the AdSense publisher details and just left it. I would have just changed the Google AdSense and linked it to my own account. I would have set up a dummy account with a mule and just left it. Wait a month and you're rich. Stitches from a cat, damn. Right, okay, let's hey Paul, been a while mate. How's it going, dude? Hope you're well, mate. Right, let's test for shorts on this and make sure that we're good. Where is my... There it is. I was looking for my probe. So, yeah, let's just test for shorts on this. Excellent fallback video, yeah. His wife looked even hotter in here for a very hot home CCTV. She's not my type, to be honest. Nah. But each to their own. Right, let's go into continuity mode. So I'm just gonna test each pin against each other and just make sure we've got no bridges. Because if we've got bridges, then we're going to get no display. So I've just really got no hand-eye coordination when I'm using digital images for viewing the camera. So I'm a lot slower than I usually am. Okay, we are good with that. So now I'll test in diode mode, so red probe on ground. And I'm just going to test each pin. Have you sent the replacement power supply? I think so, mate. Let me get back to you on that. Oh, you actually have a coding background. I used to code, yeah. 0.77, 0.77. So these differential pairs here, these first 12 pins, you can see how these traces are all the same. They're called differential pairs. They're what carry the data signal. So the ones in the middle are ground, but you've got a positive and a negative data signal for each differential pair, and the diode reading should always match on those. So I've got 0.77, and then the negative should be 0.77 as well. And that should all be fairly equal. I think the last four differential pairs, the last set of differential pairs will be slightly different. Yeah, I'm getting 0.77 on those. Whoops. Actually, they're fairly straightforward. They're fairly even. 0.77, yeah. Ignore the beep. That's because it's of a lower resistance. 0.64. Pin 14 is open line. That's normal. It's a non-connected pin. Yeah, everything's testing out okay there. Absolutely fine. Right, let's fix up the ground legs. Right, let's see if I can... Whoops. I want to zoom out a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, it's really starting to take a toll on my neck as well with this microscope setup. I'm just not used to it at all. I'm used to being able to look down the microscope. Right, so add some flux. Yeah, so I did actually used to code. I still do occasionally. I just only code for myself now. I used to publish apps and stuff. Right, I'm just adding some. Obviously, I'm not leaving this like this. I'm just adding some solder because I'm going to use some hot air to help push the solder through. It's not going to stay like this. I'm just adding a little bit of solder to each pin or to each leg, and then I'll use a bit of hot air that will help transfer heat because it's a ground plane. You can see that flows a lot easier. Just like that. We don't want to leave hot air on there for too long because we don't want to push the solder through and we don't want to push the port back out. So we don't want to reflow the port, we just want to reflow the ground legs. There we go. So that should have enough solder through the other side now to keep the port straight through. To keep the port solid. I shouldn't have an issue with that. I will check it in a second. But obviously I don't want to reflow it to a point where the port falls out because then we're back to square one. And hopefully this is going to fix those glitching issues. It's not the best soldering job I've done, but yeah, we got the solder through. Good. It's not the best soldering job I've done, but it's more than sufficient. So I'm just going to clean this up a little bit more now. Using a bit of IPA.
Bad Joggles 68 just resubscribed for 7 months.
Bad Goggles, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. What was I going to say? Yeah. Oh, I need to sort the liquid metal out as well. So, not using the same. Not going to use the same cotton swab. Ah! I just stabbed myself in the foot with tweezers. Ow! No, I'm being deadly serious. Look. Ah! Ow! Like that's actually in my foot. Ah! I guess I should wear shoes in the workshop, shouldn't I? Ow! Wowza! That hurt. That went through. Oh dear, I should wear shoes in the workshop. That'll teach, mate. Oh well. Rip feet, I guess. Definitely ouchie, mate, yeah. Right, so I'm just gonna readjust this liquid metal. going to group it all up. Into a ball. That also cleans the rest of the IPU at the same time. So I'll just move it all into one ball and then I can clean around. Again, I'll just put some IPA on a cotton swab and it allows me to adjust the liquid metal and manipulate it to where I want it. So you can see we've got a little bit of liquid metal what creeps down the sides. So get all that group back up. And if I use the other side of the
Peregrine
thing.
Waltersploy super chatted $2.41. Stop bloody injuring yourself. Nobber.
Cheers, Peregrine. Thank you. Yeah, so if I use the dry side of the cotton swab, I can re-manipulate the liquid metal to spread it back over the die. Bring it all back to where it's meant to be. Beautiful. And then I need to do the same thing with the heatsink. Awesome. Yeah, so there is absolutely no need to replace that liquid metal. It's got a 5 or 6 year shelf life when it's on the board. There's no need to replace it unless it becomes contaminated, and given the fact that it's never been opened before to a point where the liquid metal's been disturbed, it's not contaminated, which means I can just use a bit of IPA, get rid of any oxidation on the liquid metal using IPA, and then readjust it. And then I'll do the same thing with this. However, this time I'm going to be taking liquid metal off because there's too much on these, to be honest. I don't think personally that it needs this much from factory. The amount that's on it from factory is about twice as much as is needed, maybe 3 times as much. So what I do when I do the heatsink side is I'll clean it all up, I'll readjust all of the liquid metal and whatnot, you know, I'll group it all up. But then once I've grouped it up, I'll collect it up with a syringe. And I only leave a little bit, just enough to basically prep the heatsink for transferring liquid metal from the APU side to this side, because there's just too much on there in my opinion. So I don't collect it up for any other reason other than the fact that I think there's too much on them. So now I've just got to find my liquid metal syringe that I'll use for collecting it up. So I'll just empty what I've got out and then collect most of it back up. I'll just leave enough on there to do the prep work. There's just too much. You're using the wrong budget, all the fibres inside there. Yeah, I know you're supposed to use those special black ones, but I've never had an issue with it, to be honest. I know you are supposed to use the black ones, but yeah. But yeah, even that, I've just sucked up most of that liquid metal, and look at this, it's still got a nice puddle on it. There's more than enough liquid metal, even with what's on there right now. More than enough. So yeah, I always collect a little bit up. And that syringe, now I've just collected that up in, it's about half full of just liquid metal I've been collecting up over the past, you know, like 10 or 20 consoles that I've worked on. There's just way too many in there. Way too much liquid metal in there. It's not meant to be used in such a quantity. By the way, that changes there because I was using it for a video earlier. I did a coin flip on what board I was going to work on. I did a coin flip and tails won. I did a coin flip and tails won. All of that should be unneeded, so I never should have gone with liquid metal. Instead, just adding an extra $5 worth of copper to the heatsink to sink the extra 10 Celsius. Or they could have just not overclocked it because they wanted to be one-upping Microsoft on their design. Because that's the entire reason they need to use liquid metal, is because they want to one-up Microsoft. If they didn't overclock it, they wouldn't have had to use liquid metal, in my opinion. Right. So let's connect all of this stuff back up then. Stick that on there. Even though they're absolutely useless because they always fall off, but never mind. Yeah, Sony should have never had to use liquid metal in the first place. Nearly passed out and your hand went numb. Damn. I've stabbed myself before. A couple of times. I stabbed myself in the leg with a Stanley blade while I was stripping copper wire. Stabbed myself in the hand while I was stripping copper wire. Yeah, I'm always injuring myself. Always got cuts on my hands of some sort, because I'm always doing something. Like I'm always doing some sort of DIY or something that I end up injuring myself with. Damn it. Talking of making mistakes, let's not chop the Wi-Fi cables underneath the motherboard, because that would be rather silly. Let's route the Wi-Fi cables properly, and then they're not going to get damaged. There we go. Sitting back where they're meant to be. Why did I tear this paper off here? I don't normally do that. Why have I done that? I normally take them off clean. Normally take them off clean so I can stick it back down, and I haven't done that. Why? Because now I can't put them back down cleanly. Well, I can, but they're not going to be as clean as they should be. That was rather silly of me, wasn't it? Never mind, we all make mistakes. It's not going to hurt anything. Damn you, freaking cables. Yeah, I normally put them down really clean. I don't know why I've done that. I don't normally tear them, because I don't like to tear them. Oh well. So I'm not going to be putting this back together tonight anyway. I'll put it back together in the morning. I'm just putting it back together enough temporarily just to test it. But I don't like to reassemble on live streams because it takes too long. So I'd rather just do it in the morning. So just assemble it enough to test. And yeah. Where did I put the power cable for the disk drive? Does anyone know where I put the power cable for the disk drive? Because I can't find it. So I can't find it. It's right there. It's in front of me. Never mind. I'm just blind. Right, let's hope that this is going to fix those glitches on the screen. Let's plug the fan in, keep it nice and cool. There we go. Blue tacking back in place. Nah, I'll put some tape over them. I've got these, it's for my Dymo label printer, and it prints stuff like that, look. So I can just pull some of that off and use that. It's pretty much the same stuff. How much does it cost you for your flux? I don't know. I think it's about £1. It cost me about £1.50 a tube, but I do buy it in packs of 20. It's about £1.50 a tube, I think. It's not expensive. But I buy it from China. I buy it directly from AliExpress. Right, let's plug this back in. Super glue or plumber's flux. Yeah, stick it down with silicone. No, the funny thing is, absolutely no one has noticed the fact that I've actually got, like in all the videos I've done recently and live streams and stuff, no one's noticed the fact that I've got plumber's flux sitting in the background. Ha! But anyway, let's put the camera back right.
And
Dude!
Tank just gifted 5 subs.
And Zach, thank you, mate. Thank you for gifting 5 subs, buddy. You legend. Thank you, mate. I should hope you get some more flux. Cheers, buddy. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Genuinely, I really do. I know I'm not looking when I'm thingy, but because I've got my camera the wrong way. Right, let me change the source to... Come on, there we go. So that's working. No more display glitching. So before, that's solder that line is. Ignore that, that's just my solder. So before we had glitching all down this side of the screen here. Oh no, hang on. No, it's still the same. We've still got it. Oh, that could be flux because it's not as much. That could well be flux in the port. So, yeah, that could be flux in the port, so I'll just... What I tend to do is... I tend to... clean... clean everything up. It was a different glitch. Yeah, I think that's flux in the port. I'm going to get a test game as well. And what I'm going to do... I'm going to turn HDCP off as well. No, it's still got that glitching, like... It's no longer flickering, but it's still got a little bit of a glitch down this one side. Yeah, I don't think that's even the encoder then. Actually, no, it's got spots everywhere. It could be the encoder, but... right, okay, I think we need to try and change the encoder. We need to try. The problem is, if it's the RAM or the APU, there's no real way of actually determining it because, well, we'd have to replace all 8 RAM chips and you can't replace the APU, so... Yeah, it wouldn't really be worth replacing the RAM. It's not viable. It's not economically viable. Still got that glitch in. It's not as bad, but it's still there. I can see it's still there. That sucks. Right, I'm going to run to the toilet quickly then, and then I'll change that encoder. I'll try doing an encoder change, see if that fixes it, but don't know, doubt it. Why is my display not coming back on? Oi, turn it back on. Yeah, so I'm going to run to the toilet quickly, and then I'll be back. Hello, are you going to give me... You're going to give me my PC back? Thank you. Now I've got to reset the stupid thing again. That's me done for the night. No worries, Godify that. Does it glitching games also? I would assume so. What flux do I use and trust? I use Kingbow RMA218. This stuff here. Kingbow RMA218. That's the stuff I use. Cheap and it does the job. Mum was in hospital 1.5 weeks because anemia and blood transfusion. Now I'm in the bed from Saturday because of some virus. Oh mate, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, mate. I hope you get better soon, and I hope your mum's okay as well. Kingbow's pretty damn good. Right, okay. I'm going to run to the toilet, and yeah, when I get back, I'll try replacing the encoder, but it's doubtful that I'll fix it. And I'm back. And I've also got a coffee. Nice. Right, okay. Yeah, let's change this encoder. Let's see if that fixes it, but I doubt it. Battlefield 2042. Decent game, that is. It's not bad.
Right. Yeah, let's get this back apart then, shall we? I don't know why people have to take these out with pliers. I don't ever have a problem with that. Just give it a wiggle. It comes out. That's what she said. Give it a wiggle and it comes out. Alrighty. Cheers, Blake. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Right. We've got 163 subscribers on Twitch now. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Thank you, Pack. Cheers, mate. Okay. So, yeah, let's get this encoder replaced. So, the problem is, like I said, there's no real way of testing the encoder. The best thing to do is just change it. It's honestly faster. Like, if you've got to sit there and get diode readings of 80 pins, yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much faffing. So, I'm actually gonna remove this a different way because I don't like to put heat on these. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hover it over the edge of the table like I do with the HDMI ports. So I'll hover it over the edge of the table. This is exactly the same as what I do with the HDMI ports. Let's bring these down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so I like to remove these from underneath the desk, underneath the board, because that way then I'm not putting any direct heat on the chip. It takes a little bit longer, but it is much safer, because if I do need to put this chip back on, well, actually, what I'll likely do is, if it doesn't fix it, I'll leave the one on there I take off, that I put on there, and just put this one in my parts bin, because it's just a waste of time. But I'm heating up from underneath the board, and that will obviously transfer the heat through and flow the solder. I'm not a fan of putting direct heat on these chips because they are really sensitive. So it takes a bit longer, but it is safer. You can see it's starting to bubble. There we go. So it doesn't take that much longer really, but it just means that there's no direct heat on the chip. Someone just bought something from the store. I didn't see what it was, I missed it. Let's have a look what it was. John. Hang on a minute. No, that was earlier. Okay. Bit weird.
Bit weird that that's just coming through now. I'll just make sure, because I did tap the back of the board accidentally, so let's just make sure I didn't knock any components. Nope, all good. Yeah, I accidentally tapped the back of the board a little bit. You do have to be careful because you've got an aluminium cap there which can go boom, but other than that, see, the heat transfers through these wires here because that's where the ground plane is. So the heat transfers through those wires and it's just much safer. But no, that's definitely not OS corruption. I changed the HDMI port and it it slightly changed the glitching. So I think the HDMI port was damaged, but it's not the main cause. Right, let's just tin this area. Tommy just resubbed for 9 months. Thank you, mate.
280781 just resubscribed for 9 months. Hello Phil, I hope you are fine.
I am good, mate. Thank you. Hope you're well. Thank you for the resub, mate. Really appreciate it. Right, let's just spin the board around a bit so I can get to the other ones. I'm actually going to put it on the table for a minute. And Zach, thank you. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you, buddy. Right, little blob of solder there, and when I heat this back up in a minute, that solder will flow itself. So that's not a problem. Right, let me grab a replacement. So I'll just drop that there and go with the flow. I had a cat blow on me, it smells, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, so again, I'm heating up from the bottom. And that'll just flow itself into place. Encoder, yeah. It's the HDMI encoder. Alright, you ready for this? It's almost like magic, watch this. I can just use the force to move this into place. You ready? Wait for it, the force is generating. The force is getting stronger. Boom. Mind control, baby. Mind control. Mind control. Ha! Gotta love it. Show off. Come on, that looked pretty cool, you know it did. That looked pretty cool and you know it. Right, turn the board around. Just make it more comfortable for myself, especially at the minute when I'm about as uncomfortable as I can be. Yeah, it's just much safer doing it that way, that's all. There's no reason to put heat on those chips, especially with how sensitive they are. I'm going to put a bit of heat on now just to reflow this flux. But other than that, there's just no real reason to put heat on the chip. Just want to warm up the flux so I can clean it, that's all. But there's not enough heat there to do anything to the chip, not for that long. Not when you're heating it up for that long. Yeah, magic. Do you believe in magic? But the thing is, these are just these chips like on this PS5, they are just so easy to align. You saw how far out that was, and it just jumped straight into place. You can't get it wrong. You heat up from the bottom, put it roughly in the right place. Like, you can't get it wrong. Honestly, you really can't. Right, how's that looking? It still needs a bit of a clean. What heat gun should I get? Honestly, if you've got a little bit of money to spare, go for the Aten ST862D. That's the one I use. In fact, that's the one most of us use on here because they're just really, really good units. Even Lewis Rossman uses them. They're absolutely fantastic. And mute. What do you mean? What's mute, mate? What do you mean? Yeah. Do you mean because I'm singing? Someone actually unsubscribed because of that the other day. I guess I should take the hint, huh? What's the most common point of failure on the PS5 motherboards? Tiny capacitors on the Wi-Fi chip. A lot of the time. Fuses. Right, that's definitely lined up, and there's no bridges, and there is enough solder on there. Okay, that's fine. Good to go. Yeah, it really does depend on the budget, but honestly, once you switch to an Aten or a Quick, an Aten or a Quick, it's just that the Aten is pretty much on par with the Quick, and it's half the price. Honestly, the Aten is just so much better. In terms of price to performance, you can't beat the Aten. You really can't. So much so that Lewis Rossman
got rid of the quicks on his store and started selling Atten. You singing, you love it. You love it. It's what you strive for, mate, and you know it. You get up in the morning to hear me sing. Nice £2.65 on your desk. Yeah, I was doing a video earlier and I used a coin flip to work out which a coin flip on the video to work out which which board to work on. So I had two Xbox Series S's and I was working out which one to do on the video and then which one to do on the live stream, and I flipped a coin for it. So.
And Creaky Tank cheered X114.
Thank you, Anzac.
Once again. Oh. Oh. Is that encoder faulty? Uh-oh. My encoder seems to be faulty. My encoder seems to be faulty. I thought that was a known good encoder. Uh-oh. Not good. Unless it's just not... Damn it, you stupid fucking sticker. Unless it's just not connected on some of the pins, that's possible. It is known to cause power issues, so... we'll get it sorted. Don't worry. Right. Let's just try retinning it. First of all. Don't tell everyone. Ha! Yeah, it might just be like there's not enough solder on the pins. How's it going, Mark? What are you doing here, mate? Is Booter not streaming now? Has Booter finished for the day? Oh, I'm going to put some solder on here. I'm going to use a little bit of hot air. Might need a thinner tip, to be honest. Oh, Jason's got to put Booter's covered. Fair enough. This stream will forward to Booter in a little while anyway. How's it going anyway, buddy? You alright? Hope you're doing well, mate. See Phil Frankie, your PS3. I'm sure he will, mate. I'm sure he won't mind. I'm going to do a Frankie soon. I've got all the stuff I need now. Including the consoles. Right, let me just get some more solder. One moment. Really awkward for me at the minute because I'm not being able to see properly. Just let that cool for a second. Ah, damn it. I knew that was going to happen. You jackass. Damn it. Didn't want to have to put direct heat on this. I'm going to get a thinner tip actually because that's just... Yeah, I can't really use that tip for this. I'll put a thinner tip on. Use the force. Yeah, this is a much better tip anyway. Just so it has a lot less heat transfer, that's all. Got a bit of a wonky cap, but be alright.
Yeah, I've got the reader as well, thanks to Acids on Discord. acidsmods.co.uk, I think. Jamie, here you are. Show your link, mate. Why not? Show your link. Right, let's have a look. That looks perfect to me. Same as that side. All looks fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Just in time, what you're up to. I'm doing a glitching, well, trying to do a glitching display on a PS5. 0.05. That's a little low, but we have got heat in the board. Ignore the beeping. Someone say shut up multimeter and it'll shut up. Why is that open? It wasn't. It wasn't. It was just my connection. Yeah, that's all good. You pour the whole bottle. I do use quite a bit of IPA, but I do like to make sure that it's clean. IPA is not going to hurt anything though, that's the thing. Yeah, it's all good. Yellow light of death is caused by a fuse. Yellow light of death on what? Yeah, it was still glitching off after the HDMI, yeah. Yellow light of death on what, mate? If you're talking about the PS3, then no. Unfortunately, you're wrong. It can be so many different things. Solder ball on leg of chip. I didn't see any solder balls, no. No, the PS3, yellow light of death can be caused by stacks of different things. So many different things. It's not just a fuse. It can be a lot of things, lot of things, lot of things. It's a generic error. You need to read the syscon. You need to read the syscon. I think it's a syscon. You need to read the what do you call it? The logs. Oh, we don't have that silly beep anymore. There we go. That's booting up. Just poor soldering. That would have been literally just a couple of unsoldered pins causing that. A couple of the wrong pins being unsoldered, and yeah, that's it. That's all it takes. Damn it, where's my screwdriver? I don't actually know. There it is. Couple of unsoldered pins is all it takes. Filling his... Ow! Just dropped my controller. Filling his amateur work, I agree. I have the Syscon reader, I just don't have the effort to do it. Well, if you want to do them properly, mate, you need to read the Syscon. You need to read the Syscon before you start doing anything, because you need the error codes. You know, you can sit there wasting your time changing tanks and stuff all day long, and it might work short term because of heat that you've put into the RSX, and then it'll just die again. Right. That went to display then, and it's just shut off again. No, it hasn't. It's crashing. What? Okay, that's proper glitching now. It was doing that to start with. So why did it not do it? Like the second time around, why did it not do it? And then all of a sudden it started doing it again? That's got to be intermittent. So it's not the encoder and it's not the port. Let's try it again. So I think because he's got, because he's gone into, okay, it's actually crashing as well. Let's just have a look with the thermal camera and see if there's any signs of heat on the RAM, or signs that one of the RAM chips are not turning on or something. Yeah, very odd. It wasn't doing it earlier, but when I first turned it on, it was. No, that RAM's turning on. That's got to be a GPU failure. It just has to be, right? It just has to be GPU failure, surely. And there's a couple of RAM chips which are not quite as warm as the others, but and you've got one that's at 57, 54, 52. Yeah, there's not that much of a difference. If it's not the RAM and it's not the HDMI circuit, it has to be GPU. It's the only other thing in the line. And look at that, it's actually crashed. Like, it's actually crashed. Well, I can't see chat at the minute, guys, so bear with me. Well, this sucks, because it was doing that to start with, and then all of a sudden it's doing it again now. So yeah, it's showing in low res, absolutely fine, while it's repairing the console storage. In fact, that's crashed again. Nah, there's no way that can be SSD controller, surely. Not causing glitching display like that. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that the SSD controller can be faulty. We've seen weirder symptoms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's doing it again, look. Yeah. I'm not changing the SSD controller. At least not tonight. I'm not doing that tonight. No. I might have another look at it tomorrow, but yeah. You think it's fixable, mate? Why the hell would it be the SSD? Data corruption, possibly. You don't think it's the APU? What do you think it is, Lee? Any ideas, mate? I don't think it's the RAM. There's not enough difference on the heat. Turn it off and back on again. This is Child's Play. Yep. It was crashing before, mate. Yeah, it crashed the first time I booted it up, and then I got it to boot up, and it was showing spots.
I changed the HDMI, it was less spots, but it wasn't crashing, and I've changed the encoder and it's more spots and crashing. It's weird. But it was crashing before. It did crash the first time I booted it up. It's worth with the new HDMI IC. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that HDMI IC. I took it off a board. Why did I take it off? I took it off one of my own boards. I can put a brand new HDMI encoder on it. I've got one on this 1200 board here. Filters. No, I've checked all the diode readings. Everything checks out on the HDMI circuit. All the diode readings are correct. The thing is, it seems to get worse as the console gets warmer. I think I'm ready for bed. No worries, mate. Could that encoder be bad? No. No, I took it off a working board. So I've got the one that's on here. I can put that on. If you guys want me to put that one on. This is my own board, by the way, that I'm risking. But I don't think it's the encoder. This is a brand spanking new 1200 series board. I've never used it. I can use that encoder. But I'm risking my own board here. Bear that in mind. To do that, I'm risking my own board. I haven't got any brand new ones in stock, and even the brand new ones that can be fake. I've had fake new encoders. I doubt it'll fix it, but tell you what. Let's run a poll. Let's run a YouTube poll. Shall I risk my own board? Freeze spray? No. I don't trust freeze spray. You're putting liquid on a board. I don't trust it. Right, let's leave that running for a couple of minutes. There's a poll on YouTube. Do I risk my own board, take the encoder off? I've never done any work on this board, ever. This board is brand new. I've never even used it. I used it to install and log in, and that was it. Become a cyborg. Ha! But I'll do whatever chat says. There's 334 people on YouTube. I will do what the majority says. If you want me to risk it by putting my own encoder on it, the one off my own board. Do but better this time. Yeah, that's the same board from the 1200 series video. This is a brand new board. Yeah. Absolute brand spanking new. Right. How many votes shall we get before we end it? I think I do know though, mate. That's the thing. I think I do know. I don't think it's the encoder. Just proves how many people are snoring. Yeah, I just think I just don't think it's the encoder. Let's run it to 100 votes. You'd be better to risk a brand new OLED. Yeah, but these are twice the price. I could sell this board for £300. More than I'd get for the repair. More than I'd get for the repair.
In fact, I'm contemplating listing the parts off it, to be honest, because he puts some more 1200 series parts out there. Leave that running for a couple of minutes longer. We're back in a sec. My screen's just flickered. Why? That's a bit weird. Bit strange. $90 volts, 10 more volts, and then we'll decide. Actually, I probably wouldn't get £300 for that board, but I'd get 250 easy. I'll get 250 for that. I might put it on the store. I might sell it. Yeah, this was the God of War. Yeah, still got the box to it. It was brand new. I bought it from Amazon at Christmas. What do you mean I'm not receiving as much video? Oh, I've dropped frames, that's why. Am I still going, guys? I haven't got any boards for that console at the minute. I might have in a few days, because I've just bought a load of them. Switch isn't docking but works otherwise. It could be the port. It could be P13. Could be M92, or it could be the filters. Right, how many volts do we have on the tubes? 100 volts, 61%, that's the majority. I'm not risking my board. Okay, well, there we go. Not risking my board. 60-40 that was. Well, 60-39 apparently, I don't know how that works, but hey ho. Yep, not risking my own board. I'm going to sell these. Because the power supplies are different on them as well. So I'm going to sell the 1200 series power supply as well. Taking it apart now and checking it. Nice. Nice. This isn't my stuff I'm messing with. Yeah, exactly. Right, okay, no, I'm giving up on this. I'm going to call this bad GPU because that's what I think it is. I don't think it's the RAM because the RAM seems to be heating up evenly. I mean, obviously you can get data corruption, which you would need an oscilloscope for, and it's beyond my knowledge. It seems to get worse as it gets hotter. It's not the port. It's very doubtful it's the encoder because that encoder was good. Yeah, I just don't think it's. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth carrying on with it, to be honest. So the customer won't get charged because I do work no fix, no fee, which does suck. But hey, it's content, right? So if you're watching this back in the video, I'm not saying it is the APU. I'm saying I think it might be because when you try the possible and fail, then the only thing left is the impossible, right? Capacitors near the GPU. What you mean? These ones? It's impossible, mate. It's impossible without taking the heatsink off, and you can't run it without a heatsink, not even for a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call that no fix. I'll put it back together in the morning. But for now, yeah, so I'll phone the customer tomorrow. I may have some boards. In fact, no, I won't. I'll only have... If I get hold of boards, I'll only have digitals, unfortunately. I've bought a load of boards on eBay, PS5 boards.
I bought 15 PS5 boards on eBay for videos, along with a load of PS4 boards as well. But the disc edition ones are not going to be coming with the daughter boards, so they are purely going to be for stripping down for parts. But I'm going to try and get them working just for the sake of content. Regardless of whether they're actually usable, I'm still going to try and get them working for the sake of content, so yeah. It'll be fun. Because then, at least I'll get some videos out of them. But I've got 15 boards on the way. Right, yeah, I'll put that back together tomorrow. Let's work on one more thing. Yeah, one more thing, mate. One more thing. That glitching was interesting. Couldn't see it properly, but hard to tell. It was spots all around the screen. So yeah, honestly, I just can't see it being the encoder. It was doing exactly the same with what I've took off a board. I took that board. What did I take? What did I take that encoder off? I took that encoder off a board which I didn't have a daughter board to. Disc edition that I didn't have a daughter board to. It was working fine, the encoder was. And I removed it exactly the same way as I installed it the first time from underneath the board. Because I always do when I'm trying to salvage parts. Same as the safe bridge. If I'm salvaging safe bridges, I do it from underneath. Because then you put in no direct heat on the safe bridge. No worries, pack. Consoles are telling you to stop overclocking the PS5. Yeah, it was pretty much artifacting, yeah. Which sucks, but hey ho. It is what it is. Right, I'm going to grab... Bear with me a sec. Oh, I did get a store order from Evangelos. What did Evangelos buy? Some Kessler. Nice. Right, okay. So, I'm just going to get a link quickly because this is related. Anyone know when Stairs will be back up and running? I believe he's moving house, so it's going to be a while. I believe he's moving, so good luck on whatever you fix next. No worries, mate, thank you. Yeah, so Stairs will be back up and running, I'd say within a month or two. Glad you didn't use your board. Yeah, and me. Right, okay, so I'm going to work on something else. So I've bought a couple of things off. A lot of you guys will know him, Wayne from Wayne's World of Repairs. He's changed his YouTube name to Eat Biscuits and Get Refurbed. But honestly, Wayne is a very, very close friend. He's a really good friend of the stream. He's an admin on Discord. He's the first person in the room and the last person to leave the room when you need help. And yeah, he's just an all-round good guy, and he's given me permission to talk about this. But I've bought this console off him, right? I bought this a few days ago, but he's in a little bit of trouble at the minute, financially. He's given me permission to talk about it. He's in a little bit of trouble financially. His business isn't doing great at the minute. He's in a bit of a slump, which is normal for business in his first year. He's not asking for money, don't worry, please don't think he's asking for money. All he's asked me, well, all I've asked him if I can do, he hasn't actually asked me, but all I've asked him if I can do is just post his eBay link. So he's having a little bit of a blowout. I'm posting his eBay link right now in the chat. I'll post it to Twitch as well. So yeah, basically he's having a little bit of a blowout on eBay, and just take a look. If there's anything you need, he's put stuff at below market value. You know, it'll help him out if people buy some stuff off him on eBay. He's not asking for money. I'm just asking if people can possibly check out his eBay. If there's any parts you need, just keep an eye on it over the weekend. He's listing stuff all weekend. There might be something there that you might need. I've bought a few things off him. I bought 2 Xboxes off him this morning. I bought this Xbox off him. And I also bought, which is going to make a really, really interesting video, but I've already sold the disk drive cover to it. Ha. I also bought this, which is a banned Xbox Series X. That works absolutely fine, or it should work absolutely fine. If not, I'm going to punch him in his face. A banned Xbox Series X, and I'm going to attempt an APU swap on this. Don't think I'm going to do it on a live stream, but I'll do it for a video. Hang on, no, that's the wrong one. That's not that one. That is the one with a big hole in the board. And I'm going to take the APU from this one and I'm going to put it onto... Un moment, senor. Gracias. So it was that one I sold the disk drive cover to. Well, hey ho. I'm going to put it onto this one. Because this one I bought off Wayne and this one is banned. But yeah, it turns on, it works, it's just banned, that's all. No worries, Ellis, thank you mate, I appreciate it. Need a hard drive from the PlayStation. What PlayStation, mate? Ooh, 3 disc. Nice, thanks Wayne. Sims 4, nice. Sarah will play that. You ain't getting that back, mate. Ha! Sarah will play that. Sweet! Free for keeping you in business. Yeah. Sarah will have Sims 4. I'm sure she won't hurt. I'm sure she won't mind. Corsair wireless keyboard, cheap on there. Yeah, I did see the keyboard. I was tempted, but K57 RGB for 55 quid is a good price. But yeah, Wayne is going to be listing stuff all weekend. Just keep an eye on it on his eBay. I'll post another link in a sec for anyone that missed it. But yeah, he's just basically having a blowout. He's getting rid of some old stock. Twitch doesn't need reposting, but YouTube I can. But honestly, he's a great guy, and you know he's in his first year of business, and you know he's going to run into financial difficulties. He just wants to, like, he's sorted his rent and stuff. He's fine for that. He just wants to get a little bit ahead, so he's just selling off some old stock, and I'm just trying to help him gain a little bit of traction on it. Why have I moved this console when I'm going to be working on it? How much did I pay Wayne for this? I gave Wayne for this £20. I gave Wayne for this. Permanent MDM removal off iPhone. I don't know, mate. Unfortunately, I don't deal with iPhones. I'm sorry. I don't deal with iPhones. Yeah, Wayne's always on Discord, and he's always sat in Discord VC, which is voice chat. He's always in my Discord VC, ready to help anyone who wants help with iPhones, Samsungs, tablets, laptops. Honestly, the amount of times I've seen him where people have sent him devices and he's only had to do like a really basic thing and he's not charged them. And that's where he's screwing himself up, is he wears his heart on his sleeve. And you know, if it's a basic task what takes him 5 minutes, he's like, yeah, I can't charge a customer. I'm like, why? You're still doing the work. You're still doing what they're paying you to do. Charge them. And he don't. And he just screws himself up for doing it. If you've got to put them on the bench and you've got to do something that they can't do, you fucking charge them, because it's your knowledge what you're charging for. But he wears his heart on his sleeve, so I'm just trying to help him out by giving his YouTube channel, his eBay channel, his eBay page a little bit of traction. That's all. He's not begging for money or anything like that. He doesn't want handouts. He's in a little bit of trouble and I want to help him. So,
subscribed on Twitch.
Who dat? Didn't see it. I just missed it. Where's that gone? Oi, where you gone? Where you gone? I've lost my Twitch page. There it is. Spud, thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Cheers, buddy. He's telling me he's worth something. Exactly. coffee or tea spill. Possibly. It is very badly liquid damaged. So Wayne had this for a long time and he didn't get around to it. And when he looked at it the other day, he said, no, there's too much liquid damage on it for me. So he said basically he's out of his skill level. And I said, well, sell it me then. And he didn't even want to sell it me because he thought it was too much. But I bought it anyway. But I only gave him I was honest with him. I said, look mate, I'm just going to be using it for a video. I'll give you 20 quid for it. It's completely no power, but yeah. Well, yeah, it should make a fun little video. But apparently it's really bad. I haven't even seen it. How do I add a PS4 to an external hard drive for extra storage? You just need to connect it up through USB, mate. So you just need a USB hard drive. And just connect it up through USB on the back ports. Don't connect it up to the front ports, connect it up to the back ports, because I think the front ports are slower. I could be wrong there, but connect it up to the back ports on the... Oh, sorry, no, there's no back ports on the PS4 originally, is there? PS4 Pro, you can connect it up to the back ports. Right, so yeah, Wayne has been inside this, but he hasn't attempted any repairs. But he thinks maybe it's too much liquid damage and he thinks it's going to be too far gone. But I'm going to give it a whirl, just for the content. So if you're watching this back as a video, I am live streaming this on YouTube and Twitch right now. So if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe, turn on the bell notifications, all of that jazz. Oh, that one didn't click. Yeah, all of that jazz. And you get to see me waste a load of time doing this sort of stuff. This is sticky, and that's what she said. But hey ho, all in good fun. What version 3 tools are you using? I don't know. Can I send you a PS4 board, or do you need the whole console, lightning strike? I'd need the whole console, mate, for that sort of stuff. If you're in the UK, you can send an entire console for like £4 with Royal Mail. No, £7.95 with Royal Mail. Oh, Wayne's left some screws out. You thieving little toe rag. He's nicked my screws, little punk. Moving over to YouTube. No worries, mate. No problem. No problem at all. Ow. Yeah, so hopefully there's some stuff of use to some people on Wayne's eBay over the weekend. It would be nice to help him out a little bit. I don't think there's anything wrong with just shilling his eBay channel a little bit, you know. It's not like he's getting handouts, I'm just giving him a little bit of leg up in terms of traffic, that's all. Or potential traffic, potential reach. I think he's got some good deals on there. Like I said, I bought some more consoles off him today. So I bought this and the Series X off him a couple of days ago, and then they obviously turned up today. And then I bought 2 more Xboxes off him today, a digital edition and a disc edition. Yeah, the eye's all better, mate, thank you. Yeah, it got better. It got better on its own because I went to the chemist and I was like, no, we can't sell you that antibiotic eye cream. So, because it's cheaper to get on prescription. I thought, well, can't you just sell it me anyway? I said, no. So I had to wait for it to heal up on its own because I wasn't going back to the hospital to get the prescription. So it's like £9.65 on prescription, and apparently it's gone up to £14 in that one particular chemist. I think they just didn't want to sell it. I think they just wanted the prescription for some reason. Because Lee, Uber Micro, by the way, check his channel out, Uber Micro Repairs. Lee, can you post a link to your channel, mate? You're a mod on YouTube. Yeah, Lee's wife checked on Boots for me. I think it's wife. Yeah, it is. Lee's wife checked on the Boots website and they had it in stock for like £5, so I think they just wanted it on prescription because it costs more than prescription. Like they get like the full £9.65 off the prescription. But oh, he's nicked the hard drive. Punk ass little bitch. It's a good job there's a free frigging disc. I'll fuck him up when I sleep. Watch. Next time I go up to Cambridge, I'm gonna fuck him up. Punch him straight in the eye. Kick him in the dick and run. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyway. Yeah, so Lee's wife checked on the Boots website and it was like £5. I think they just wanted me to get it on prescription because then I'd have to pay for it and they'd get the full £9.65 or whatever it was. Punks. Wayne mooned ya. Yeah, he did me over a solid. Guys, don't buy anything from eBay. He'll steal your hard drives out of them. No, I'm kidding. I think he told me he was taking the hard drive. I think he said you're not getting the hard drive for 20 quid. I mean, for 20 quid, I mean, come on. It's 20 quid. It's nothing. Not for a Xbox One S that I can potentially get working. When do you sleep? Pretty much never, mate. Pretty much never. By the way, if anyone wants some PS5 boards for practice, I'm going to be selling some soon. But I am going to be stripping most of the major components off them. Not sure how many I'll have yet. But I'll have a few. But I will be stripping most of the components off them before I sell the boards for practice boards. They won't be for donor boards, they'll be purely for practice boards. Oh, that's rough. Oh, no. Wayne, what have you done to me, mate? Oh, what have you done to me, Wayne? He's just ruined my life. Oh, dear. Wayne. Do you still play the 1S? Do people still play the 1S? Yeah, quite a few people, yeah. The 1S is a more than capable machine even now. Well, this one's not, this one's fucked, but the 1S is a more than capable machine even now. Like, there's nothing wrong with them. Put an SSD in them, honestly, genuinely. If you don't want to upgrade to the series, put an SSD in the thing, upgrade it to a 1TB SSD, put another SSD in it, another hard drive. Take the original hard drive out, put it into a caddy, use it as an external. Can't go wrong, honestly. He told you. I think he did, yeah. I probably saw it. I was like, oh, that looks fun. Oh. It's everywhere. Wayne, I'm gonna slap you. Oh dear. What have I done to myself here? What have I done to myself here? Wow, that's a lot of damage. Oh God. Why? Just why? That's a lot of corrosion. Ah, dear. Oh, look, a clean spot. And then you come over here. Wah, wah, wah. Alright, there goes the SDIC. Lovely. There goes all of the 12 volt phase. Lovely. There goes all of the CPU V core. All of the power management. Lovely. I do like a challenge. What have I done to myself? Few screws loose, thank you.
Screws loose just subscribed on Twitch.
Right, okay. First of all, let's get this HDMI port off because that needs to go. For starters, that needs to go. Trying to figure out the best orientation for this. Yep, so HDMI port needs to go. Needs about 3 weeks in the ultrasonic. I think I need to grab a smoke before I do anything. This might be a while. Might not even get to finish all of this tonight. I don't think I will. And I think I'm going to switch over to the old camera as well for this. I can't do this by a screen, with a screen. I need the optics for this. There's too much damage here. Too many small components. There's no way I can do this with the without the optics. Right, there goes the port. And while I'm there, Politans, thank you. Triggers broom if you get it working. Oh yeah. Right, that's not going to come off from that side. Okay, so I'll try my best to do this with this camera, but honestly I don't think I'll be able to. It's just too much work. And too many small components. Way too many small components to do without my proper microscope. So I think I'm going to have no choice but to change over. I will do my best to try. Right, let's focus on one circuit at a time though, because otherwise it gets too much and you start to lose track and whatnot. So let's just clean up this area here as best we can. But I do think this is a bit too much to do tonight, to be honest. Looks bad on the surface once you window wipe it all will go. Yeah, that is very true, mate. That is absolutely true. Once you start to clean it up,
everything starts to fall into place. Let's just have a look. Alright, so this area looks fine. A little bit of a clean up on the 75DP159. That can stay, so that's absolutely fine. Like I've already seen all of this. That's not a problem really for that. I can just blanket wipe it. Again, this 12 volt area, blanket wipe it. Luckily, it's avoided the RAM by the look of it, so yeah, that should be absolutely fine. This is mainly just like a little bit of a wash, basically. Obviously, this board's going to need a good ultrasonic clean once it's finished, but most of this on semiconductor is going to have to go. All of this is going to have to go. Well, not all of it, just like the MOSFETs, resistors, a couple of caps. Not all of that has got to go. I'm going to try and limit the amount of work I need to do. It hasn't touched the RAM at all. Awesome. That is a good thing. It hasn't touched the RAM, which means we should be absolutely fine in terms of that. And the rest of the board appears clean. So, yeah, we've just got 12 volt phase and HDMI. HDMI circuit. Really? There's not as much as it looks. Once you get going. Because like this area here, there's not much there. It might look like a lot, but it's not. Talk about ultrasonic cleaning, please. Can you please explain the core? This because the only ultrasonic cleaning I know of uses water. No, we use a proper fluid, proper ultrasonic cleaning fluid with deionized water. But even then, you still need to allow drying time for the board. I've got a process which I use with my BGA rework machine, where I use it to speed up the drying process. But we use a proper ultrasonic cleaning solution designed for PCBs. Right. Hopefully that helps you, mate. I actually sell the cleaning solution on my website. So what I do is, because...
Aaron Griff just subscribed on
Aaron Griff, thank you. Yeah, what I do, because of... The ultrasonic cleaning solution, when I buy it in bulk, and it's obviously a lot cheaper. So I can sell it by splitting it down from 25 litre bottles into 1 litre bottles. Even after all of my costs are outlaid, I can sell it to people cheaper than what the manufacturer sells it for in 1 litre bottles. That sounds crazy, right? But genuinely, I'll sell it cheaper. Now, I get it from Allendale, and you can buy it cheaper in bulk, but it's highly concentrated solution, and even after I've bought the bottles, even after I've bought everything else, it's cheaper than what Allendale sell a 1 litre bottle for. Genuinely, compare the prices. Go on Allendale's website, compare the prices to my website. You'll see my website is cheaper. Well, it's cheaper in 1 litre bottles. But you essentially get 10 litres for every 1 litre you buy, because it's a 10-to-1 solution. So... But yeah, it is crazy to think that Allendale sell it more expensive than what I can sell it at. I don't make a lot of money. I make a couple of pounds on each one, I think. But... you know, I don't make a lot of money on the bottles. I only do it because I can sell it to people cheaper. Car parts and oils, yeah. That's what I mean. When you buy in bulk, it gets cheaper to the point where you can actually do that, and that's why I do it. I do it to help people out more than anything. I really don't make a lot once I've bought the bottles and all of that stuff, and printed a label off for it. Because obviously I can't just leave it on a blank label. But you buy the bottles separately and whatnot. I need a better tip. That's what she said.
Greetings from Finland. Welcome. But yeah, if you compare the prices on my website, go in the tools and supplies section of my website. Find the ultrasonic cleaning fluid. It's Allendale fluid. It's Allendale cleaning fluid, and it's cheaper in 1 litre bottles from me than it is directly from manufacturer. And that's just manufacturers being greedy, right? That's just manufacturers being greedy. Unfortunately. But it is crazy to think. The best way to clean the fans? I'll just use a paintbrush personally. Some people use a hoover, some people use a paintbrush, toothbrush. Some people even go meticulous and use cotton swabs. I would never go that far though. The only time I go that far is if someone pays me for a service. But even then, I still don't go massively deep into it. Alright, so I'm just retinning all of these areas and just getting rid of any corrosion that's left over. Might need a jumper wire there. It looks like the pad might have gone. Yeah, I think that pad has gone. Let's just test that. Let's have a look. Where do we go to here? Where can I test it to? There. C7B1. So let's go continuity. Okay, yeah, the pad's there, it just needs cleaning up, it's just a little bit rusted. The pad is connected though. Right, let's get some wick. I'm going to grab some goot wick, because I know a wonderful store that sells this called consolefix.shop. So, one thing about wick is, yes, it's good at sucking up solder, but it's also an absolutely fantastic method for cleaning the board. So, if you look at this, when you're wicking away at the board, it acts as an abrasive and gets rid of any corrosion and rust, as well as getting rid of the solder. But it's a really, really, really good cleaning method. Let me just cut some off because it's easier. It's easier to work with if it's in smaller pieces, and I can use hot air at the same time. I'm not worried about the ground lengths. It depends on what the work is, Ethan. Depends what I'm doing, mate. Cheers, bearded guy. Thanks, mate. Yeah, so I'm not going to clean the solder out the ground legs because I'm not really bothered about it. Really not fussed about that at all. Just want to clean up the pads that actually matter. The ground legs don't. They're just there for anchor points. And you don't tend to get corrosion on ground as much as you do on the other ones anyway, because you need some sort of current flowing through. I mean, there's still current flowing through it, but yeah, the corrosion tends to happen on the main positive pins, the voltage pins, or the pins where the voltage goes through, not on the ground legs. So you don't really get corrosion on ground unless you've got it on the other pins. Right. If someone needs a repair, they must go to the hospital. Love that. Right, okay, so we've got a little bit of damage to a couple of pins here on the HDMI header, but it's not really anything major because it's the top of the pin. So if you look at that, it's the top of the pin. It's not oxidation. It's actually missing, I think. I think those pads are actually missing. I'm going to check because that might have eaten into the other layer, which means I would have to conform or coat it. So let's just check. Is that a ground? No, it's not. Okay, that one's not. Hang on a minute. Right, okay, that is a separate layer, I think. Well, it's actually the substrate, so I'm going to protect that. I'm going to put a bit of conformal coating on it because that's actually the substrate on the other layer. So it's like the separating layer between the top and middle layer. So if I just drop a bit of coating there, and then drop some there. So I'm not bothered about the top of these pins, and the reason for that is because they don't connect from that side. They connect from the other side. I'm really not bothered about those bits of the pad being missing. To be quite honest, I'm just going to protect them, that's all. A little bit of conformal coating. I'll get my UV light on it, and everything will be hunky-dory. Everything will be hunky-dory. So now, let me just get my USB Type-C rather. A little bit of a stretch on this, but not that it really matters about that, but let's get it off anyway. Clean your tweezer. Nah, we don't clean tools here. We down tools, we don't clean them. There we go. Oh, that's how it's done. Alright, that is beautiful. That looks nice and clean. I'm actually quite happy about how that turned out. I'm hoping the rest of it does as well. It'd be nice if the rest of it turns out that good. Black country accent. Ah. Right, what about this little transistor here then? Can I do anything with that? So this is actually rust. It has started to burn away there. Yeah, so, well, it started to eat away at the copper a little bit, but yeah, that's fine. Again, that's substrate, so I think I need a little bit of conformal coating there, just to protect it, because there is a little bit of substrate exposure. Yeah, I didn't want that much exposing. Or rather, I didn't want that much of it protecting, to be honest. Just want to... Damn it! He did it again. He did it again. Hey, Brandine, he did it again. I'll scrape it away afterwards, stuff it. Well, I'll try and clean some of it now, but yeah, that's fine. That'll do it. That'll do it. It's good enough. Somebody could learn a thing or two. Yeah, the Xbox do have huge pads, mate. Cotton bud dumbass. Eat shit, bitch. Ha. The best way to clean the heatsink? Same, mate. Just paintbrush or toothbrush, really. That's pretty much it. Okie dokie. Right. That'll do. That's nicely protected. Let's start to tin some of these pads back up. Start with HDMI. Yeah, the English have localized accents. Well, to be fair, everyone has localized accents. It's just you notice it more with English people. Please hit the like if you enjoy it. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Right, let's get some solder. So I'm going to try and keep this on the high quality camera. Tin, you bastard. Well, I'll just knock them, just knock that coating off so it didn't. Oh, it's actually taking more of the trace away as I go along, look. Oh well. It's fine. It doesn't, you know what, there's nothing wrong with that. I can just leave it as it is. I'm not going to worry about it. To be fair, sometimes I kind of overthink things, and yeah, it's just not really. Oh, we've got some missing traces here, so we're going to have to run some jumpers by the look of it to some wires, or rather to some traces. So can you see them traces have a damage there? Luckily the pad's still there, so I can use that to actually solder the components to. So I can use the pads for holding the components down and then just run a jumper wire from the actual component itself, but it'll still be soldered on as long as it don't come off while I'm doing this. Like that one there, look, that sucks. That sucks a little bit. Oh, actually no, that's alright. That's fine. Hey. Oh, pad. Tin, you bastard. Yeah, so we're going to have to run a few jumpers by the look of it, but not too bad. No, it's all from liquid damage, Peregrine. It's just been eaten away, basically. Right. Let's grab a donor board. Let's start running some... well, let's start dropping some components on, first of all. I need an Xbox One S donor board. Xbox One S, where are you? Give me an Xbox One S board. Okay, un moment, señor. Un momento. Un momento. I'm going to grab a couple because no doubt I'm going to drop a few components. So I'll grab a couple of donors. Sorry about the rustling. Cool. There we go. A couple of donor boards. Yeah, people mistake me for a brummie and all. Bunch of wankers. Right. YouTube can delete messages, yes. If YouTube sees it as either offensive or politically incorrect or something, Google have got Autobots. Thought you were from Birmingham. No. Why? Who's had a message removed? Warsaw Massive. I'm not from Warsaw though. Not originally. That's the funny thing, I'm not even from Warsaw. I'm from Dudley. I'm from Dudley, aye. That's how they talk there. I'm from Dudley, yeah, wait till your father gets some. I'm from Dudley, I am. Ha! I'm from Dudley. I'm fucking Welsh, I am. Whose coat is that jacket? You see those two houses over there? Mine's the one in the middle. A cup of tea. Yes, please. 2 sugars and milk or thank very much. Do you want to come for a cup of tea and a natter? Bugger off you. I would say it worse, but I get in trouble. I don't know what Kent accents sound like. Yeah, I'm going to stop doing accents because I'll probably offend someone. Ha! I've just forgot where I took this fucking cap from now. I think it's either CBB2 or CBB1. CBB2. Yeah, I'll stop doing accents because I'm going to get in trouble. Do I play any games? I don't really get the time, to be honest, mate, but when I do, I'd normally just play like Call of Duty. To be fair, why am I even... Why am I even messing around putting these down individually when I can just drop them on and flow them all at the same time? It is a bit awkward though with this microscope setup I've got. I'm just really not used to a digital microscope. Really not used to it. I probably would get used to it eventually.
Right, let's knock my airflow right the way down to 5%. Let's see if I can flow all of these in at the same time. Just move this donor board out of the way, bear with me. Router stream's ending, no worries mate. No worries Ethan. You would like to know my name. How's it going mate? What's your head time on fixing this board? I'm not sure mate. I don't know how long I've been on it at the minute. Not long. This is going to take quite a while. This isn't economical at all. I'm just doing this for the challenge. Oi. Alright, let's add a little bit of flux. I'll move these ones in. There we go. I'm going to increase my airflow a little bit. 20%. And let's go back to 40%. Sorry, 60%. Beauty. Right, I need a ESD IC. Bear with me, let me go in the ESD. If I can find the damn things. I'm gonna go through my boards. Sorry, not my boards, my chips. Right. Don't know where they are at the minute. Don't know what tub I've put them in. Yeah, we'll leave the ESD IC for now. I'll probably rebore one in the morning or something. I don't know what tub I've put them in because I've been reorganising and I've been putting them all in proper tubs with labels and stuff, and I don't know what tub I've put those in. So I know I only had 3. I remember taking them out, but yeah, never mind. I'll deal with them. I'll deal with that tomorrow. I'm not really bothered about display because it don't turn on. I'm just cleaning everything up anyway. So you got to start somewhere, right? I'm definitely not going to get this to turn on tonight. Just to be clear, it's 2:22 AM right now. There's no way I'm going to get this to turn on now, like tonight. But
I will carry on with this tomorrow on stream. I don't want to spend too long on it because it means giving myself a bad neck with how I'm having to deal with the microscope, so I don't want to spend too long on it tonight. Don't know if I'm going to be able to tin this. But this just goes to show that even if you're out of your comfort zone, because I'm used to an optical microscope, but even if you're out of your comfort zone, like I am right now, does it matter? Just go for it. I'm way out of my comfort zone right now, being the fact that I don't have a proper microscope to use at the minute. I am not used to having to use a digital microscope, let's put it that way. A lot of this I'm actually doing with my eyes and not with the scope. It's a good job I've got good eyesight. Get off my tweezers. I said get off my tweezers. Way too late. No worries, mate. Have a good one. Have a good night. Yes, the good thing is with these is you can drop a load of components in place and then just, you know, if you know how to handle your hot air. I mean, I haven't got a nozzle on this right now. And if your air's not too confined and too compressed, you know, too concentrated, then you can pretty much, yeah, you can pretty much get the hot air to do the work for you. Like that, look. Right, you really don't need to do much. You don't have to sit there tapping it. What happened to the microscope? The microscope's fine, it's just that the new camera needs to be higher than the optics. So for you guys to see, I've got to have the microscope right the way up. So I've got an extension on the way so I can raise the camera but keep the optics at the same height. The problem is I can't see through the optics while you can see through the camera, so for you to be able to see, I've got to sacrifice. But it is what it is. You know, that's just the way it is. Right, let's drop a HDMI port on. Let me get a new port. Finally installed Twitch. How do I link my Prime to you? If you click on the subscribe thing, it should give you an option to subscribe with Amazon Prime. I think. Could be wrong. Right, Xbox One S ports. There we go. Yeah, I'll get it sorted. I've just got to get the right attachments for it and bring the microscope camera up so as I can lower the optics, because the optics need to be pretty close to the desk, but the camera at the minute needs to be pretty far away. I could probably solve it with a different Barlow lens, but then I'll run the risk of having rings around it. So Yeah. I'll get it sorted though. It's not an issue. I can cope for now, I just don't want to do it long term. Just comes off as a bit desperate. What does, mate? What comes off as desperate? Now the new one, this one's new, mate. This one's new. Oh, you want about the shed? No. No, it's not desperate. I'm not actually asking for help. It's just that when people donate, which people donate anyway. That's part of being a YouTuber, mate. People do donate, and when people donate, that money's all going. Well, it's all basically staying in a pot until I build the shed, the new shed. And then that money will go towards it. So I'm not touching it. It's all sat in PayPal. And it will be sat in PayPal until I build the shed, which will probably be in the summer. I'm not actively asking for money, it's just a target, that's all. People donate, that's just the way it is. I'm not going to say no to it. I appreciate the support from people, and it is actually one of the ways that YouTubers make money, and this is my full-time job. YouTube is my full-time job. So that's all I'm saying is I'm not actively asking for money. It's just a target. That's all it is. It's just a target. But people like to help, and when they do, it just goes in a pot. But I'm not sitting there every half an hour, if that's what people are wondering. I'm not sitting there every half an hour saying please donate, because regardless, I'm still going to do the streams, I'm still going to do the videos. Oh. Well, you know the rules. If you see one loose, pin, you don't question it, you just bit of flux and loads of solder. Yeah, but no, I'm just not. Well, basically, because I've moved, I need a new shed. Because I can't stay in this workshop forever. And the reason for that is because my son's autistic and it's a danger to him. So this room that I'm in right now is very temporary, because I care more about my son than I do about my career. Like, that's just the bottom line. I care more about my son than I do about my career. So once I'm back on my feet, because I'm in a bit of a deficit at the minute in terms of how much I've had to spend on moving, you know, so I can't afford to build a shed at the minute. That's just the truth. I can't afford to build a shed at the minute because it's actually going to cost about £5,000. Wood is at an all-time high, and I know I could get a shipping container, but no, that's not the right option. Not for me. I need about a 20-foot shed, and it needs to be solid. And if I've got a shipping container, I've still got to frame it out anyway, so it's pointless. But I just thought to myself, well, any donations I get from now until when I build it, I can just chuck it into a pot and just keep it in a pot, because that way then it makes it a little bit easier on me if it's just sat there in a pot. But I just can't build a shed right now because wood's at an all-time high, and I need time to recover from moving. Because despite what people think, I'm not a millionaire.
Bearded Guy super chatted $1.
Cheers, Bearded Guy. Thanks, mate. Welcome from Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome. Any tips or videos to help show me how to solve that? There's a series on the channel, mate, on YouTube. Why did you move? The landlord sold the house. Had no choice, mate. The landlord sold the house. Told you I'm broke. No, we just genuinely had no choice. Landlord sold the house and I'm not in a position to buy at the minute. I would be able to afford a mortgage, but I wouldn't get a mortgage. So, because of my credit history, I wouldn't get a mortgage, not for another couple of years, unfortunately. Eldest daughter's autistic, one of the many reasons I support you. Thank you, appreciate that. You know, my contact details just show. Yeah, I appreciate that. To be fair, I mean, we're done now in terms of moving, like in terms of, you know, the new house. We've actually in the new house now. You know, we haven't got the old property at all now. There's nothing left there, apart from my old shed, which I can't use for streaming because it's just, you know, I'd needed too much work to it, and it's too small anyway. It was a 10-foot shed. It wasn't very big. It wasn't big enough for all of the stuff I've got. But it will do for storage. So that's coming Sunday from the old house. The next door neighbour's going to help me knock it down on Sunday and bring it down on his truck, and then rebuild it here. So I can use that for storage. So I can get most of this crap out of this room on Sunday. It's just too old. It's just too small to use as a workshop. That's all. If I'm going to build a new shed, I want a dedicated YouTube space, something that I can, you know, build with great lighting, heat, air conditioning, running water, something I could basically live in if I wanted to, you know, where I'm going to be comfortable to work. Because if you're comfortable to work, you do better work. So, yeah, that's the plan. Running water, central heating, obviously electric and all of that stuff, internet access, air conditioning. It needs to be comfortable in all weathers. Controller's not connecting to your PlayStation. If you plug it in, then it works. That could be a controller issue. I'm not really sure. I don't work on controllers, to be honest. They're just not financially viable to do for me. Well, that looks a million times better, don't you think? And it's just about time for quitting, I think. So I think tomorrow we're going to work on I'm going to work on the 12 volt section. There's a lot of work what needs doing on the 12 volt area. So we've got all this here. We've got this here. I think it's just too much to do tonight, and I'm kind of hoping that the microscope attachment turns up. I appreciate that, Peregrine. A couple of hours from Leeds. That's pretty far from me, Leeds, to be honest. Yeah, that's a lot of liquid damage that needs sorting. But that being said, this can be fixed. As long as it hasn't blown the RAM or the APU with the amount of shorts there was, this can be fixed. But there's no way I would let this beat me. Yeah, you know what, actually, I agree with the bearded guy. If you've got that many issues, mate, just buy a new one. It's not going to be viable to fix. He's got a point there. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff here what needs doing. You know, there's corrosion everywhere. Well, that won't. That's actually solid on there, surprisingly. Further board fight tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of damage here. Look at this. Like, let's get a nice close up of this, if I can. How close can I get with this? I don't actually know. I know I can zoom in. Oh yeah. Damn. That's a lot of corrosion. That is a lot of corrosion. But yeah, I'm going to carry on with this tomorrow. I'll live stream tomorrow. We'll get this going. Trust me. We'll get this going. I'm not going to let this one beat me. Nope. I'm going to prove a point to Wayne that I can beat it. Well, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Right. I'll give you some perspective. While I'm getting a thumbnail for the eventual video. Oh god. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna leave it there for tonight, guys. It's been emotional. We haven't actually fixed anything tonight, that sucks. Could not get used to a digital scope, especially the fact that I'm working here and I'm looking here. Like, you look at how high this is going to be up. Like I can't, even if I could get it in focus, I can't physically work with that. Do vomit face. Ha. Nah. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully the attachment will be here tomorrow. So the attachment, essentially what it will allow me to do is bring the microscope down, or it should bring the microscope down like to about there, which is, you know, I can get that in focus for me. I should be able to get that in focus for me. Yeah, so that can focus for me there, but it'll bring the microscope up higher, if that makes sense. Sit on an Xbox. Ha! Night, Ryan. Night, Walter. Bearded guy. Everyone. What's the red button for? That red button shuts off my dangerous equipment because my youngest son, well, my only son actually, I've got stepkids, but my only son is autistic. So that red button will shut off the multimeter, which I know that's not dangerous, but it's on the same IEC C7 block. So it'll shut off my multimeter, it'll shut off my hot air gun, my soldering iron, and the bench power supply. The reason it's on the bench power supply as well is because obviously if he shorts out the leads, it can cause a fire. So if it gets in here, there are locks on the door. So I've got a lock. I've got a lock on this side for when I'm in here, for when he's awake. So there's a lock on the door there, and there's also another lock on the other side higher. So when I'm not in here, he can't open the door. But if somehow that lock fails me and he manages to get in, or I forget to lock up or something like that, I want to make sure that I don't have to turn everything off manually. So my lights are connected up to Alexa anyway, but that every time, as soon as I walk out, I'll just literally press that button and it shuts off. Safety first, yeah. Tell the kitties for me. Will do, mate. Will do. So yeah. So yeah, it's purely just to protect my son. Every time I leave the workshop, I press that button and it turns it all off.
and then he can't burn himself on the soldering iron, he can't burn himself on the hot air gun, and he can't cause a fire with the isopropyl alcohol and the test probes. I do put my isopropyl away. I put it up here. I don't know where the lid is at the minute. I have lost that, but I do put my IPA away before I leave the room. But yeah, just safety. Just that's all. When I build the shed, I'm putting sprinklers in as well. When I build the shed, I'm putting sprinklers in. I'm going to get some automatically activating sprinklers. Right, I'm going to go get some sleep. It is almost 3 AM. I'll carry on with this tomorrow. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a good evening. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers, Anthony. Thanks, mate. Yeah, good night, guys.